Welcome, good afternoon to the HS2 Select Committee. This week we hear from various petitioners from the Midlands, North Hants and Oxfordshire, and we begin with Mr and Mrs Raitt this afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Can we have up on the map where Mr and Mrs Raitt are?
We can.
All right.
Mr and Mrs Raitt live in Lower Thorpe. Their property has been shown on the ordnance sheet. If we go to the next page, you can see them, their property shown on a more local basis, and their property is number 1 Manor Cottages, Banbury Lane, Lower Thorpe. They are situated, I think, about 100 metres from the railway line, and they fall within the rural support zone.
Okay. Right. Mr Raitt.
Okay, slide number 1, please. That's the introduction that we've more or less had from Mr Mould. So I think if we move on to, I'd like to say first of all on the slide 1 that you might remember a position by Maurice Cole, who was the Parish Council for Thorpe Mandeville, and he did touch on a couple of topics, for example the transport and the freight issues down Banbury Lane. So I won't refer to that in detail.
Right.
But
this is where the railway goes thundering past you.
Yes.
And you're one of 3, 4.
well, yeah, absolutely. We've got the numbers and the pictures to show you, so we'll. Okay, so on the second slide, we thought we'd give you a brief overview of what we intend to talk about today. The first of all is the compensation that we feel we need for the situation we're in, and in the presentation we'll show to what degree HS2 will affect us during construction and operation, and we'll plead that we're a special case rather than just a run-of-the-mill property around. I'd like to say at this stage as well that over the past years we have engaged with HS2. We've had some meetings at our properties, by email, we've had letters, visits, we've had communication following your visit to the area where you had a quick look around, and we've also had quite a few communications through Andrew Ledson, who's our local MP, and she supports our case very much. Also, South Northants Council had the same attitude towards us. So if we go to slide 3, please. This is the map that Mr. Moll showed. I've highlighted our property there with the red arrow. The distance from the line, as you can see, is not exactly parallel to the line. So the distance, 100 metres maybe from the middle of the house, but at the bottom of the garden where the cursor is, it's less than that. We think 80, 85 metres. What this picture does show is that the rural and tranquil setting that we're in, we're half a mile from the nearest village, and this is a little hamlet. It was a very tight community until HS2 appeared upon the scene, and that's been one of the major changes for us. Now, the pink line, as I'm sure you already know, is the viaduct area, and that's 190 metres, 200 metres long, so it's quite a considerable length. And if we could look at the two properties that the cursor are at, this one and the one slightly to the left, these are the two properties that are to be demolished out of the hamlet. So that already brings the community down from 5 properties down to 3 properties. The other 2 properties, one on each side of us, have already been purchased by HS2 under the EHS. So we're the only owner-occupied freehold property still left in the area. Next slide, please. This is again similar to one of the HS2 slides. What we've done here is we've coloured in orange the properties that will be acquired by HS2, either under compulsory purchase or under EHS. The large area there is because that is the amount of land that goes with that house, so that's why there's a very, it's not necessarily an area that's needed for construction, but it is an area that they are acquiring.
And the small area to the south of you, is that part of that or is that something else?
Small error, sorry?
Just to the south of you.
That's also an HS2 property already. That's also acquired.
Which came with which home?
That's one number 2 Manor Cottages that came under an EHS purchase. The reason we put this map on is to show how isolated we'll be compared to the way the community was when we moved there. We've been told, not in writing, but we were told at the meeting that these 2 properties each side of us won't be inhabited during construction, and that makes us feel even more isolated during that period. Finally, I've got a little arrow that says biodisc, and I'll come back to that later, but that's a joint sewerage treatment plant which serves 3 of the houses, and this is quite an important point because it's in the safeguarded area and we're just outside it. So I'll come back to that on another slide later on. Okay, cover it. Next slide, please. So this is a reminder of your summer visit, by the look of it, or autumn visit at least, to see us. On the right, this is just opposite our house, where you stopped for a while, and Harriet gave a précis of our situation. And on the left is where the bus was stopped, and that's where the viaduct will be. Now, you may recall from that visit that some of the people in Thorpe Mandeville have put some balloons up to represent the height, not of the viaduct, but the viaduct and the gantry, and that shows, the degree of it compared to the height of the houses that are around.
I seem to remember the balloons not doing the height justice because of the wind blowing them to the side, actually.
That's right, yeah. So we should add at least another metre on to get them straight. Yeah. But that just gives you a concept of the degree of height of the viaduct compared to the height of the houses around. And we've got another picture of that later on. Yeah. Okay, that's so slide 6 now. That's right, the next one. This is just to give you a bit more of a feel of where we are and how we live. It's a family home for us and our 2 children. We've been there for about 30 years. It is our only asset. We have spent a lot of money on it over the last 30 years to improve it and enlarge it. It was a property that we intended to live in for a good deal longer, but that may not be the case now. We chose to live out of a village because it's very quiet, it's very tranquil. We didn't want the noise of village or town life, so we specifically chose this location for the tranquility that it gives. And therefore, because when we bought it, we found it was just right for us, and so the HS2 announcement came as quite a considerable shock to us. I'll just briefly describe these photos. On the top left, our house is the left half of that. So the right half is Manor Cottages, which is already owned by HS2. Mm-hmm. Top right is the back of the house. Bottom left is a view out of the back of our house across the countryside.
And that's actually looking out towards the line.
Looking out in the direction of the line. And on the bottom left, if you can see bottom right. Sorry, if you can see slight central but slightly to the right, a bit further to the right. Right. Okay, so that's the house there, and that just gives a demonstration of how it was sitting alone in the valley, with the hamlet prior to anything. At this point, I'd just like to say that when the HS2 project was first announced, the line was coming through our house, so we were expecting to be compulsorily purchased, and that stayed for a while. There were 2 moves on that line, and so we've gone through a situation of suddenly being told about the line, being told we were in the compulsory purchase zone, and then being told that we weren't in it. So, our imagination or our plans of what to do under circumstances have been changing all the time because of that. Okay, so the next slide, please. So we feel that we're a special case, which I'll come to later. But to move to a property of a similar type and value, and to be compensated for the disruption that we face, we are asking that HS2 should provide a package as on the slide. We know that we're, as Mr. Mould said, we know that we're eligible for or we would probably be eligible for the voluntary purchase scheme.
Let's work on the basis you're certainly eligible for that.
Certainly, I'm quite happy with certainly. That's good. But this does not provide the assistance for moving, and it does not. We lose money on stamp duty, we lose money on costs, and as we said, this is our only asset. So, in effect, we would need to downsize to move away from here. In the response document, they actually quoted us as being asked to be compulsory purchase. Technically, that's not correct. We asked for a package that was equivalent to that. We know that we're not in the compulsory purchase zone, and we know that they wouldn't make an exception for us if we're not in a safeguarded area.
Forgive me asking a question to which I ought to remember the answer. I probably knew it last year. If they hadn't moved the line, and the line was going to go through your home, so it was a compulsory purchase, would they have paid the stamp duty?
Yes, because the compulsory, as far as I know, I can be corrected, the compulsory purchase
Mr. Mill,
package.
Would they have been paid the stamp duty under the compulsory purchase?
Yes.
And also...
Would they have got the moving costs?
Yes.
Would they have got solicitors' costs?
Yes.
Would they have got home disturbance payment?
Yes. If that's right.
And from what I understand, the home disturbance payment is 10% up to 40,000, if that's correct.
It's there or there.
Yeah, so that kind of area,
Thank you.
Mr. Raitt, can I ask you one more question? I'm sorry. You've identified on one of the previous slides that all of the other property surrounding your property has been acquired by HS2, and was that under a compulsory purchase scheme? It wasn't.
Two of them, the two that I said would be demolished, will be under the compulsory purchase.
Right.
The other two were bought at the time under the EHS, the Exceptional Hardship Scheme.
Right.
They receive the underwrited market value.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The reason we think of this is that we feel that we've been very severely affected already by HS2 before it's even started, because we haven't known whether we're going to be compulsory purchase, whether we're going to be in the zone, whether it's going to happen, So it's caused a lot of disruption, and we feel that, as I'll try and explain later in the presentation, that just to remain living here during construction and during operation would be untenable for us. And we don't feel that the choice should be either to stay somewhere which severely affects our standard of life, or to downgrade because we have to pay our own stamp duty, etc., for moving. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So we're asking for the atypical property, which I just mentioned, special case. I've mentioned all these points, so I'm not going to read off the slide. The reason I think we're unique is because the community, rather than just ourselves, has been so devastated by HS2 from 5 properties, people that we knew well, people that we enjoyed socialising with, down to a situation where we're going to have only 3 properties, 2 of which will have tenants moving in and out all the time. It's going to leave us not in a community anymore, and that's what we had before. One of the properties at the moment, out of the rented properties, has been occupied for maybe a year or so. The other one has been empty for 9 months, with the exception of 2 weeks at Christmas. So it's very much not a community at the moment. And the other point I think I mentioned earlier on, but I'll just repeat it, is that we've understood verbally from HS2 that even these rented properties will be unoccupied during construction because of their because it would be impractical to have them. But that's a comment made by an HS2 employee at a meeting and not something that's been documented. The next slide, briefly, is just to remind ourselves of the possibility of atypical properties and circumstances. I'm sure you've seen this before. It's from the property compensation consultation referenced at the bottom there. And it says that there is the ability by the government to supplement discretionary schemes if they think it's appropriate. And our proposal is that it is appropriate in this case. Okay, thanks. The next slide, please. So this is where I'd just like to go into slightly more detail on construction and operation, starting with...
Can you assume we understand that? There's no need to go through
I'm not reading off slides, except for one occasion later on, but that's only a short sentence. But this is just a slide to explain the difference between what it is now and what it will be.
You aren't the first person to talk about Lower Thorpe and Thorpe, so this bit you can go through quite fast.
Absolutely, yeah. And so the only point I would make with this slide in that case is to say it just increases our isolation. The fact that we have friends in Culworth, we can't just go and see them. That's the main point.
And if you want to think, do we think that it's unreasonable for you to be expected to stay there? The answer is we do think it's unreasonable for you to be expected to stay there.
Okay, thank you.
So we can skip through there.
Yeah. So next slide, I know you've been bombarded with this, so I won't say more than a sentence, which is just that these were photos taken when a solar farm panel was constructed up the road, and it shows that how impractical it is. Now, I know that there's been a proposal to build a haul road instead. I know that will benefit the village of Thorpe Manderville quite considerably, because of the distance, but for us the distance between a haul road and Banbury Lane is much less, so we're still going to be quite affected by the noise and particularly the dust, unless I don't know whether they tarmac haul roads, but if not, we could be in a worse dust position with the haul road than we are at the moment. But anyway, I know you've had a lot of discussions about this, so I'll call it a day on that slide, I think. Mm-hmm. So this slide and the next one, which I'll ask for in a minute, when I did this, it just showed me the size of the work that's going to be going on compared to the size of our house and how we're going to be dwarfed by it. You can see from my slightly unskilled filling in on the green is that the satellite compound is about 2 garden lengths from our house, so that we won't be very far from it at all. And we know already that there are 100 to 150 workers going to be there every day for 2 years. So, again, it just dwarfs us. And on the next slide, in some ways even worse so, this is the balancing pond, which is about 1 garden length from the end of our garden. The dark blue is the balancing pond, and the dotted blue is the replacement floodplain storage, which I know is returned to its natural state, but still has to be dug out and hauled away, so there's still a lot of construction traffic involved in that. So these 2 slides were put in just to demonstrate how squeezed in and how tiny we're going to look compared to everything that's going on. Okay, with the next slide, please. I won't be reading this. These are some quotes from the environmental statement, and I know some of the noise and the HGV ones are possibly not applicable if the alternative provision goes through.
There's multiple in nature.
Yes, yeah. But you can. There are a lot of words. I mean, the visual views will still be there. the lighting from the satellite compound will still be there. The major adverse effect will still be there. What I haven't put down is 5.4.9, which says the combination of these effects will have a major adverse effect on residential amenity on the property and is therefore considered to be significant. Okay, and on the next slide, please. Maybe I'd like to talk just a little bit longer on this one. On the assumption that we're the only property that's going to be there, there will obviously be a need to keep all the services running during construction. And when we look at that, we feel that that could actually incur quite a cost to HS2, compared to having the whole area closed down. And we feel that if they're obliged to keep one dwelling active in this area, it could be quite impractical and quite expensive for them. That's only my opinion. But,
you've got clean water coming in, you've got your waste disposal to your sort of communal sewage farm.
Yeah.
You've got electricity, you've got telephone, you've not got gas.
Not got gas.
So it's the four major utilities.
Those are the major ones. And the one that I would like to concentrate on is the biodisk, which is the sewage
wastewater.
Yeah, the wastewater. Now, this, as you saw from the previous map, is on safeguarded land. It was right at the beginning on the Google map, maybe.
But that 3 or 4 houses is about £10,000 to replace, I guess.
Yeah. The problem with this is that the brook is going to be diverted northwards. That's away from our house by approximately 350 metres. At the moment, we discharge into that brook from this biodisk. Now, if that has to be kept running all the time they're moving the brook,
you could discharge just into land.
I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
No, at this location, apparently you can't.
You can't?
No, we've had lots of problems with various treatment systems there, and this is the only one that worked, and the only way that they would install it is if it went directly into a water course.
How long has it been there?
This one,
15 years?
yeah.
What's what Thames Water told me?
Sorry?
Okay. So one point is that the electricity for this system doesn't come from our house, it comes from a neighbouring house. So that would need to be kept active. And the second is that I would imagine if the brook needs to be moved 350 metres, then it's not going to be an easy task to keep the discharge from this unit going throughout that whole time, particularly since the 350 metres takes that past onto the other side of the track. So that's quite a major move for this brook.
They wouldn't do that.
Well, that's
your waste from your property wouldn't be sent across the other side of the line.
I can't imagine, but then, I don't know what alternatives. If it has to be discharged into a brook, then I don't know, okay, so if this is slide 15 we're still on, aren't we? And when we brought this up with HS2, you can see the quote there that they are aware that there could be an issue with this. And the quote that you said is about right, 10,000 for a new unit. In addition to this, there is a storm drain that goes from our house into that brook as well, and so something would have to be done from that, because all the rainwater from our two properties, 1 manor cottages and 2 manor cottages, head in that direction down to the stream.
As well.
So anyway, the point I'm trying to make with this slide is that we see a lot of, I don't know how much, I can't quantify it, we see expense with HS2 keeping us there during construction that could equally be well spent on giving us a proposition to move.
Yeah.
Okay, on the next slide, this is you've seen background? That's it here. Impact during operation. You've probably seen this photo. This was a montage from South Northants Council. Again, it shows rather more dramatically than the balloon, perhaps, the effects on our house. You know, the way it looks there, they could actually put it over the top of the chimney and it wouldn't touch the chimney. So that shows you the degree to which would be effective visually. But again, I dare say you've seen that picture before anyway. Yeah. Okay, so on the next slide, these are some of the effects that we want to talk about during operation. Visual impact I've already shown with a picture, and that's supported by an HS2 comment in the environmental statement, which says significant visual effects due to the views of the Lower Thorpe Viaduct, cutting and embankment will provide significant in combination effects, and this was actually confirmed in the response document that we had after we put our petition in. Permanent effects, lack of mitigation, quality of life, we'd like to just talk about on the subsequent slides. Operational noise and vibration. I know again you've been battered with this, but one thing we noticed from this is that we are still highlighted as a red property, and in the key for that, the red property meant that it would suffer major adverse effects. Now, we've heard and we've read in, I think, one of the E20 or E21 documents about noise insulation, and our opinion of that is similar to probably a lot of other petitioners, that noise insulation is not really a satisfactory way out unless you keep all your windows shut and never go out in the garden, and that wasn't really why we moved there. So we've got a major adverse effect from visually and from noise whilst it's operational. Okay. And then slide 19, please. This is a table not too easy to read, but it does show that the blue line is the sound receptor that was as near to our house as possible. And it does show in the change columns that we're being considerably hit. In the two red marked columns there, it shows that we're being considerably hit in the change between baseline and operational stroke. So this is operational and operational sound. So it's going to be significant for us. Okay, on to slide 20, please. I'd like you to bear with me just for this sentence and allow me to read it out. Residents could experience high levels of annoyance, sleep disturbance, and activity disturbance within the properties. That statement to me implied that some kind of conversation would be desirable from our point of view and warranted from HS2 point of view. If that doesn't happen, then under the voluntary purchase scheme we have the option to stay there if we want to, but we would be living with that, which is very different. And not on there, 5.5.3, the combination of these effects will have a major adverse effect on residential amenity and is therefore considered to be significant. Now that sentence is almost exactly the same as appeared in the construction. So Harriet would like to say in a minute just a few words to finish off with. On the last slide, from my point of view, the summary is as you can read on there, the devastating effect it's had. And I'd like to just sum up, as I said, in the environmental statement, we are told that during construction and during operation we will suffer severe adverse effects. And the sentence I read out, we'll experience high levels of annoyance, sleep disturbance and activity disturbance within our property. Now, we consider that this will make our lives intolerable, and yet so far the feedback we've had from HS2 has led us to believe that it is a fair compensation that we're offered the unblighted market value under the voluntary purchase scheme if we choose. In these circumstances, paying the market value only of the property and obliging us to downsize, we don't consider that to be what I think compensation for the situation we've been put in. So that's the presentation. Harriet would just like to say a few words.
We've also got 2 slides, just a couple of letters, one from Andrea led some RMP supporting our case, and another one from South Northants Council also supporting our case. I just very briefly want to say a bit about the impact all of this has had on our family. Obviously, the last 5 years have been very difficult, and the stress and sleepless nights have badly affected our health and well-being. Despite our best efforts, we still have no resolution, which is why we're here today. Being forced to move is bad enough, but it appears that we're also expected to pay for the considerable additional cost of doing so. So when the last remaining property is compulsory purchased and construction starts, we would also like to be given the same opportunity to move on. There will be no community left. We really hope you can help us so that we can get on with our lives and make plans for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mould.
As the committee knows, the petitioner's property falls within the rural support zone. They are therefore able to call upon the government to purchase their property at its unblighted market value and to do so at a time of their choosing. They are not due to be purchased compulsorily because their property is not required in order to construct and operate the railway. Well, it never was within the safeguarding zone. In an early iteration of the scheme, the property was closer to the line than it is now, but it's never been within safeguarding because safeguarding was introduced after the line had moved so as to leave them free from compulsory acquisition. I've explained to the committee that the Secretary of State and the government, following a public consultation, have drawn up a discretionary compensation scheme, which includes the voluntary purchase scheme, to address the issues of generalised blight, and that the judgment of the government has been that that scheme should provide for purchase of properties that fall within the rural support zone at their unblighted market value, but should not include compensation for the costs of moving, which is essentially where the issue falls today. It is a judgment that the government has made having regard to what it regards as fair compensation for those affected by the railway and its duty towards the public purse. However, if we can just put up paragraph to slide A8289. As the petitioners have pointed out, there is within the compensation scheme the opportunity for them, if they feel they have a meritorious case, to apply exceptionally for a supplement. I don't say anything about the prospects of that because that would be something for the Secretary of State and the government to consider if such an application were made. But I would suggest that given that there is a compensation scheme in place, which does apply to their property and provides that opportunity, however the outcome, if they were to apply, that the first port of call at least should be that they should make application in that way. And no doubt if they wish to make the case, as they have before you, that there are certain opportunity costs involved here, then they could bring that point to bear in an application under that paragraph. As I say, I'm not to be taken as giving any indication as to whether that would be likely to succeed or not, but I simply draw attention to the point as they've raised it themselves. Sorry, Mr. Peter, you wanted to...
Well, I didn't want to interrupt your flow, but I did want to pick up on what you had been saying.
Right.
Should I wait?
No, by all means, interrupt me now if you would.
If I can ask you if you're able to unpack this, in certain specific cases it may be desirable for government to supplement. That doesn't directly say government will or the promoters will, or can, even that they can. First of all, does government or do the promoters have the power to come to some arrangement they think it's unfair not to?
Yes?
Okay. That'll do.
Yeah.
Before you move on, Mr. Moore, I mean, I do think that the graphic that Mr. and Mrs. Raitt showed earlier on in terms of the slides showed that their property was literally sort of an island amongst an area which had already been acquired by HS2. I mean, from your understanding of the way in which we've already dealt with a large part of the route down from Birmingham, can you think of any other similar properties which are in such a position where properties literally all around them have been acquired?
Yes.
Like that?
Gilson.
The answer is one.
Yes.
But there aren't many examples.
Well,
like that.
there aren't many, but there are. This is not the only one. And I think it's important to bear in mind that the reason that the claim for uniqueness is largely due to the fact to a point of timing, as it happens. That their neighbours have applied successfully under the exceptional hardship scheme and have been purchased under that scheme. The other two properties that do fall within safeguarding because they are required in order to construct the railway, those properties will be compulsorily purchased. So the uniqueness is that these petitioners remain in a small group of properties, the others of which have been purchased on application to the government by the government, or they will be purchased because they are required for the construction of the railway.
In essence, so what that means, is that they've been overtaken by circumstances around them.
Yeah.
It's their home, and they're perfectly entitled to sit there. And if stuff happens around them, well, what's the reality that we've all got to deal with.
I don't doubt that, but I simply just draw out the point that it's that fact of timing, if you like, in a relatively small group community settlement, call it what you will, that leaves them with what they regard as a unique situation. But those who have had their properties acquired under the exceptional hardship scheme have not received more than the unblighted market value of their property. And some might say that one aspect of fairness is consistency of approach when other people in similar circumstances are also afforded the opportunity to have their properties purchased, not when they're required for the railway, but in order to mitigate the impact of the project upon them, which is where we are here.
I think it might help, and if you want to rehearse some of the thinking, this is not an argument, this is a way of thinking, to 8287, please. The question in front of the promoters, and possibly in front of the committee, is whether any of these, or some equivalent to them, can properly be met. And we've heard that of the 5 properties in the hamlet, I'm not sure it's a reasonable expression for level, 2 will be bought with all these in them, 2 had been bought or have agreed to be bought without any of them, because of exceptional need. So the question then comes, what are we left with? Now, the risk of cutting out almost 2 or 3 chapters which could be said, I think the question of the opportunity cost is the one which should be there. And it may be that before we come to a report, which may be some time, the petitioners ought to apply under the 8289 and say, look, can we talk about, and we'd like to get all the 4 points mentioned on 8287. If that were agreed, that would then make the exceptional hardship people look as though they've done worse, which then gets the things which build on. People often have to make their own decisions in their own circumstances, so I'm not trying to make any pejorative comment on anybody. But if we are left with one household who have not chosen to go, who didn't have exceptional hardship, and who might not go under the voluntary application, what then would be the cost? And is there some way of having cost sharing so the overall project costs are not so great and the overall loss, undoubted loss, to people who have to move years before they would otherwise move, can be mitigated? So I don't think that you're saying there won't be any movement from promoters, and I think that the petitioners ought to think they aren't going to get everything they ask for, but is there some way of trying to get a reasonable assessment which can be justified in public, if necessary, to explain why any additional payments have been made.
So, Peter, I don't think I can add to that. I suppose in deference to those behind me, I ought just to emphasise one point you make is that in saying I agree, I am, of course, not to be taken to give any sort of steer as to what the outcome might be.
No, and it requires an application under brackets 9 to the promoters or to the Secretary of State, I'm sure which, and you might very kindly, someone outside, say who they should actually apply to. But I think that some kind of the best meaning of the word compromise is agreement, and an agreement which puts each in a better situation than they would otherwise be is one which I think could be publicly justified.
Okay. And as you say, the best way of testing that is to follow the scheme that's in front of us. Yeah.
Okay. A brief final comments, Mr. Raitt.
I have one comment when we talk about a possible comparison with the EHS situation. If somebody was moving under the EHS, possibly because of a job, then to give the unblighted value is fine, but they had to, and they would expect to pay their stamp duty anyway.
We understand that.
Yeah,
in the same way, if you were to move in 15 years' time, you'd have all these costs. So it's what my family call a bit of this and a bit of that.
Have you got any other
No,
questions?
only that we weren't aware that we could apply under this.
Well,
Yes, we did.
It wasn't clear in those words that is clearer now than what is on paper, I think.
I do know that civil servants make recommendations to the Under Secretary of State for Transport who gets these cases coming to him periodically. So it will depend to some extent on civil service advice on the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay. We now move on to Cherwell District Council. This is still Cherwell District Council. And who's going to make the statement then? You're going to make a statement to the committee.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, my name is Melissa Murphy, and today I appear on behalf of Cherwell District Council. And Mr Colwell, to my right, is the other familiar face, again, for Cherwell District Council. And he is the Head of Strategic Planning and Economic Development at Cherwell District Council. So I'll address you all very briefly this afternoon because the promoter and the council have made significant progress in relation to the issues set out in our petition, and we've received an assurance from the promoter. I'd like to have that up, if that's possible, please. P4889. Thank you. And I'd like to address you on 2 of the 4 bullet points. Do you see the list of issues on the first page? So it's the first bullet point, the impact of construction and associated traffic, in particular the impact on junctions 10 and 11 of the M40 motorway. And then the third bullet point, the impact upon the setting of residential properties at Featherbed Lane in particular. So if you would turn to the second page of the letter, please. We welcome 2 assurances which have been given in relation to the impact on the M40 junctions 10 and 11 and the provision of an alternative haul road to access the Featherbed Lane construction compound, but just a couple of detailed drafting points about which we disagree and to which I'd like to draw the committee's attention, if I may, please. Thank you. So the first is, as you'll see on the second page of that letter, which you have in front of you, we've an assurance then in respect of the carrying out of an assessment of traffic flow at the M40 junction 10 post-improvement works on that junction. And then the second point in that assurance is the identification of potential measures to mitigate the impacts of additional traffic. But what we are lacking at present is the delivery of such identified mitigation measures. So you have an assessment of identification of mitigation measures, but it doesn't address delivery. Now, today we have written to HS2 and suggested alternative wording which would deal with delivery, so we hope that that can be agreed. We'll hear from them in due course. The second point relates to a Featherbed Lane, which is a narrow local route, and if we could turn to page 4 of the letter, please. Thank you very much. Just to draw your attention, please, to paragraph 3 of that assurance. The Secretary of State will require the nominated undertaker to use the whole road for HS2 construction traffic and limit, where reasonably practical, the use of Featherbed Lane as an HS2 construction route during the works. A narrow but important point. We'd actually prefer that they avoided, where reasonably practicable, the use of Featherbed Lane rather than just limited its use, given the particular local circumstances. So those are a couple of drafting points on the assurances that we've been offered. Next, sir, I'd like to just put on record, please, the fact that the Council supports the requests which were made by South Northamptonshire Council on the 2nd of February of this year, where we sought amendments to Information Paper D1 and the draft planning memorandum. As I understand the position, the promoter has indicated willingness to review those suggested amendments, and apparently the outcome of that review will be reported to the Planning Forum in March, but it's not clear to us at this stage when that will be, their conclusions will be reported to you. So again, we'd just like to raise that with you and take this opportunity to do so. And then lastly, sir, I'd like to record Cherwell District Council's support for the local community's request for considering the lowering of the alignment of the route through the district. And as I understand the position, community representatives will make this case to your committee themselves with some local examples. I don't propose to call any evidence, but should you have any questions, Mr. Colwell will be happy to attempt to assist.
Okay. Mr. Mull?
Thank you, sir. I'm grateful to the Council for their positive words, and we have indeed received a letter today responding to ours of the 17th, which is on the screen in front of you. It makes some helpful suggestions, as Ms Murphy has just drawn to your attention. We need to think about those, and we will be writing to the Council as soon as we have done so with our response to that letter. In relation to the question of design and the refinements to the design policy and the planning memorandum, Ms Murphy's right. Our intention is to take proposals to the Planning Forum in March. I hope to be in a position to report back to the committee, as I indicated when we heard from South Northants, before the committee rises for the forthcoming general election. So that perforce means that I must report back by the third week in March, I think, the latest. Yeah. Yes, by all means. If we carry on. There's a list of a number of matters where the letter records points of agreement.
So subject to the support that Ms Murphy has indicated for the local groups who are petitioning, we don't need to concern ourselves, and we can expect that an agreement can be reached that's be satisfactory.
Are you happy with that?
Well, we think that the drafting needs to be of those assurances needs to be improved, and you know, if one makes an assessment of traffic impact and then identifies mitigation measures, unless you deliver them, you're no better off. So, though it's not, it might be a short point, but it's quite an important one, and it's quite, and they're quite important junctions of quite important route. So that's why we're coming to you, so that we're not actually agreed, but we've to be fair, we've raised our drafting point pretty late.
Okay.
I don't.
So you're nearly there, but you're not quite. And you want to
Yes.
reserve your position for the moment.
Thank you. That's exactly.
Okay.
I didn't mean to suggest that I was looking longingly at the long grass, but more more that we should that we needed just to read the letter and just think about it, and then. But I take the point that if one's going to offer something, one needs to provide a suitable means of delivering it.
Yeah.
I'll take that point. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We now have Mixbury Parish Council. Sorry, Mixbury Parish meeting. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I see you have a fair amount of slides, so I'd be grateful if we could whip through with a
We've
reasonable...
galloped through most of them, I think.
Absolutely.
I hope. You'll excuse my voice.
That's all right, a lot of it
suffering
around.
from the end of a cold.
Okay. You can see where you are. Would you like to...
Well, Mr. Mould was going to just put up a slide for
I
us.
put up a slide showing the administrative boundary of the parish meeting, and I do emphasise that Mixbury is the beneficiary of a parish meeting rather than the parish council, due to the, I think broadly due to the
Largely
size.
due to the size.
Size,
I would
yes,
say,
yes.
Okay,
I
so
have to admit, Mr. Mull, I haven't the faintest idea what that means.
They have one
I
meeting
think
a
you're
year.
below 100 souls, I think, is that right, or thereabouts?
I think around about 250
Oh, there you
is where people seem to think that they need a parish council. Because below that, it's quite difficult to find anybody to stand.
I'm terribly sorry. I come from an area of the country where we only have one town council and no parish council.
Well, the rural parish council has councillors.
Yeah.
The parish meeting has me. I mean, there is a chairman of the parish meeting who is the only elected member of the parish.
And when you call a meeting, the faithful attend in that row, is that it?
Yes, usually about 8 to 10.
Excellent.
It's an absolute democracy, I think, by the sound of it.
It is the bottom rung of an absolute democracy.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could have our first slide, 8421. I don't have to look over there anymore, I can see it. Yes, thank you. So this was the front slide that we put on a visit pamphlet which we provided for the committee, some members of which were good enough to visit us back in October. This might well remind them of perhaps the facts or what we purported to give them as the facts of our situation. Our castle. You didn't see the castle, did you? And I don't think you'd have seen the castle if we'd taken you to look at it. Anyway, to move on. I'm very pleased that HS2 have actually come forward with some assurances. They've sent us a Cherwell District Council. Obviously, they sent the assurance about the possibility that Fulwell Lane will not, or rather Featherbed Lane. I have to change the name because there are two names and we compete for it, that Featherbed Lane will not be used for heavy haul, but the route up the line will be. That we're very pleased about, and we would support Cherwell also in their clarification that they have asked for, that there should be no heavy traffic up that lane, which is totally unacceptable. And the other thing was that they also wrote to Mixbury and have offered us that the fact that the bridge, which there was going to be closed for 12 months during the construction process on Featherbed Lane, would now be bypassed with a temporary road while the bridge was built, and then the road put back onto the bridge, so the lane would no longer have to be closed, which wipes out a large part of the middle of their petition. If I go on to describe Mixbury, perhaps we could have slide 2. An aerial view, slide 3. Little pink houses will appear if you go to slide 3, and the site of the church and the missing castle. If we go to slide 4, you will see where HS2 will run across this, and the parish boundary to the right, the wiggling blue line going north. There are 5 farms in the area, and slide 6 just shows you the areas farmed by those farms. The farms are arrowed in blue, green and yellow, and you will see that their respective fields are coloured blue, green and yellow. These are the ones that are going to be most affected by the line, as you can see. Mostly the farming is arable. There are a couple of flocks of sheep and 2 herds of cows, but mostly the normal crops, rape, barley, etc. So basically, to sum up our position before moving on to the direct petition that we put in, we are a rural neighbourhood. We rely on the amenities which are in front of you. They are our only amenities. What we have is, we have no shops, although HS2 managed to find some, which would be not interesting to know where they were. We have had no shops since about 1989, I believe. We have got no community hall, we've got no village green, we have the countryside around us, which is, I shall be able to show you later, well used. So to move on to our actual petition, paragraph 1 of our petition was the consultation process, which we have complained about, as I'm sure you've heard before. All the way up the line, I've no doubt. It was great on quantity. We had plenty of meetings. We had 2 bilaterals with HS2. It was very, very short on quality. What we did not get was grown-up discussions. We generally speaking, were offered generalisations, and we never got decent decisions on anything, because as often as not, it was something that was going to be decided later in the process. Moving on, that's all I have to say about HS2 at the moment. If we go on to construction traffic impact, that's our petition 6, paragraph 3, and in view of the promoter's response, if we go on to the first, if we go back to 8424, would we? That's the one. We believe it's not unreasonable to ask the promoter that there should be no construction traffic through the village. And by through the village, I mean along Evenley Road, which is along here, down through the village, down to the A421, and from the junction here along Church Lane to Fulwell Lane, which is here. So that really is the first request that we make, that there should not be construction traffic allowed through the village, and there must be ways of stopping it, and it's up to the promoter to do this. So if we go to 84211, found 11? Yep. Right. It really is the first 2 parts of this slide. The offer from HS2 came in too late for us to change this presentation. So we'll forget the heavy haulage bit at the bottom and assume that that is going along okay. And we are asking that there should be no construction traffic through the village, no heavy construction lorries up Featherbed Lane. Moving on to our next petition point, which was the visual impact of HS2. If we can look at 84212, okay, this is an extract from the HS2 photo montage, looking up the said Featherbed Lane towards the line. The line runs across the top here, 100 metres the other side of that hedge, roughly speaking. And you will see that HS2 have decided that the first thing that needs to go is that hedge, and that by 2026 it is still gone. We would be, we think it's more reasonable if somebody plants a hedge as soon as they can, once they're finished with the earthworks. And really, we don't want to wait until the trains start running before we see mitigation in the way of soft vegetation, if you like. We fail to understand what is the problem with actually planting a hedge as soon as you finish the major earthwork. And it would make a big difference to me personally. By the look of it, I should probably be about 95 by the time that hedge has grown, and I'm not sure I'll be terribly interested in wandering about the countryside looking at it. It's quite obvious to us that some hedges are going to have to go, and we're not arguing about that. We're just saying that if we go to 84216, we're asking this. The proposer should be instructed to proceed in such a way so construction work will prioritise protection of existing woods and hedges. You don't rip them out if you don't need to. And all new screening must be effective well before operations in 2026.
It takes about 10 years of screening to become...
The suggestion was it would be 15 years from HS2. From our own experts, they suggest 10 years for the cover to meet, basically.
So they need to plant it next year?
Well, I think if they planted it in the first 5 years, it would show a gesture of
and when they stop using the land for a haul route, presumably, then it becomes easily available?
I'm not actually arguing particularly for that hedge, although I think we have petitioners here who might be arguing particularly for it. But I'm talking, I think, rather more in general across the parish.
Plant as soon as you can?
Plant as soon as you can, yeah. Rather than wait until operation day.
17 is your land.
17 we have yet to get to. You'll be interested in 17, perhaps not. Where have we got to? Number 16. Okay, yeah. So the next part of our petition was regarding light pollution, and we are satisfied with the promoter's response on this. Basically, it's saying we'll do our best, and I don't think we can honestly ask for much more than that. So if I move on to the next slide. No, not the next slide. We don't want the next slide. The next part of our petition is operational noise, and I don't suppose you've ever heard anything about this during your sitting here, so this is going to be totally new to you. The countryside, as I mentioned before, is our only amenity. It is all we've got in Mixbury. That's why a lot of people move to live there. If we look at 84256, bit of a challenge. 84256 is a slide from a survey that we took in 2012 when we were looking at the amount of usage that our rights of way actually had. If we ignore the first column, which is road use, Church Lane and Purcell or Featherbed Lane, and is obviously largely motorised, although not entirely, and we look at the remaining bridle paths and footpaths, which are identified by their district council numbers at the bottom there mean nothing to anybody, but these are ones that go out into the Ouse Valley, which is where the line is moving across. We could... The Ouse, Great Ouse. Great Ouse, yes, sorry. I left off the great. That you will see that if you can add up quickly, I've added it up slowly, 33,000 journeys, roughly, per annum, are made on footpaths and bridleways by villages of Mixbury. This is not including Westbury or Finmere or surrounding villages, you know. And I think that suggests that we do spend quite a lot of time out in this area. And one of the things that we are really worried about is, I hope, what you will see in the video clip which we have named 84217. Is that on? Yes. Go. Light, no sound. I did ask that there should be sound. It's not much point without the sound, really. But there goes the TGV. Near Tour. And very quiet, you will understand it is. So, terribly impressive. Don't know why I'm complaining about noise. Okay, forget that.
This is your noise point.
This was a noise point. If you'd actually heard the sound, it was quite loud. And right at the end, you would have heard a bird going cheep cheep about 10 metres away. But that train was at about 250 metres. And the train is going to go quite close to some of our bridleways, a lot closer than that. So in a sense, this part of my presentation is going to conflate two parts of our petition. That is the operational noise part and the bridleway and footpath parts. Because they are interlinked. So if I can go on to quote from the HS2 information paper E20, which is the control of airborne noise, I think this perhaps is the heart of what I wish to say to you today. Page 6, paragraph 3 of the E20, if I can read from it, or is that a bore?
Is it long?
I shall read it quickly.
Okay.
There's several paragraphs, I shall read them all quickly. Okay. There's a need to integrate consideration of the economic and social benefit of the activity or policy under examination with proper consideration of the adverse environmental effects, including the impact of noise on health and quality of life. This should avoid noise being treated in isolation in any particular situation. Going on to page 7, paragraph 6, we're into acronyms. The Noise Policy Statement England, NPSE, notes that it is not possible to have a single objective noise-based measurement that defines SOAEL, significant observed adverse effect level. That is applicable to all sources of noise in all situations. Consequently, the SOAEL is likely to be different for different noise sources, for different receptors and at different times. We agree with this. Page 7, paragraph 10 identifies the SOAEL as a level above which noise causes a material change in behaviour and or attitude, for instance, avoiding certain activities during certain periods of intrusion. Quality of life is diminished due to change in acoustic character of the area. And I think finally, yes, page 7, paragraph 11, HS2's sustainability policy sets out HS2 Limited's commitment to be an exemplar project. It states that HS2 will promote high-speed rail and balance community, environmental and economic issues. The key theme identified that relates to noise impact is environmental change. Seek to avoid significant adverse effects on communities, business and the natural historic built environment, minimise impacts where they occur, and deliver enhancements as far as practicable. So, we believe the noise will be an SAOL for us. Not in the village, but in our playground, if you like. For people and horses using footpaths and bridleways. And none of the tables published in the appendices of E20 address this. So if we go on to slide 18, please. I'm running out of voice. You might remember this from your visit. It is a photo montage. HS2 aren't the only ones who can do that. and it is showing the line from the point at which the committee stood to see where the line was crossing Hollow Barn, which is an embankment close to the village. The train here is 150 metres distance from the bridleway, which is the hedge on the left. Left, yep, it's going that way. Okay. And the hedge tapers down towards the actual track. It passes within 100 metres of the track at the point where the track is on its highest point of the embankment at 8 metres. And sorry?
To go under the track.
The bridleway is beside the track at this stage.
It doesn't cross it.
It does later. We'll get there in a minute. The bridleway approaches the track to within 100 metres at the 8 metre embankment. It then goes alongside the track, getting closer to the track for another 400 metres in HS2's red zone. That is the somewhere over 65 dB, is it? Something like that, the red zone on the sound map. For 400 metres before it reaches a crossing. So it's going across a bridge at that stage. And our petition asks that the best way forward, we think, is that the line should be lowered, and that would have the following consequences, which we'd like to go through one at a time. First, you would need to raise the A421. If you go down 4 metres, that's about what the A421 will be raised. You don't need to raise the A421, you don't need to worry about traffic noise increase from the A421 on the village. Secondly, the Hollow Barn embankment, which you see in the picture before you.
How far is the village from the line?
The village, the church is about 700 metres. 750, something like that. The Hollow Barn embankment here in front of you would be down at 4 metres. This would effectively shorten the length over which we think you should need to put noise barriers to protect horses on the bridleway. And in responding in particular to the promoter's response in paragraph 18, right on back page of the promoter's response document, page 19, they are suggesting that lowering the line will increase the amount of excavated material, increase the amount of material to be removed to landfill, increase land take, reduce the area of retained habitat, etc. And we think that all those points can be met by replacing the cutting with a cut-and cover tunnel on either side of the embankment at Hollow Barn. A cut-and cover tunnel will generate less spoil than a deep cutting of the same depth, which is geometry, as far as I can see. And you reuse spoil for capping, which reduces your spoil level yet again. It reduces the total land take, which it reduces the costs, although the costs of doing the tunnel, cut and cover, probably are higher. Your land take over the life of the line is less. And finally, on this part of my petition, it would allow Westbury Viaduct to be replaced by a simple 8 metre high embankment. Okay? With the use culverted and bridleway underpass. This is good use for your excavated soil, less noisy than a viaduct and better to look at than I suspect HS2's viaduct design will turn out to be. I don't suppose it's going to be brick arches, is it? No. So if we look at 84219...
It might be.
Right.
It might
that would be
We're
better.
waiting to hear what the planning policies are.
Okay. 84219 is a picture of the embankment the Victorians built for the old railway line. The map underneath shows you where it is. It's about 600 metres in a straight line from the viaduct that HS2 is going to be putting across the Ouse, and it is 9 metres high. If we go on to the next slide, which is, whatever it is, 20, There's the Ouse going underneath. It's got about 2.5 metres headroom. That is the culvert for the Ouse at present through the Victorian embankment, 600 metres from where the viaduct's going. This basically would address all their subsequent problems, which we're going to come to, I expect, with bridleways and crossing the line, because there would not be a problem with crossing a line that is under the ground. We also proposed a less effective, no doubt cheaper solution, which we are not so keen on, but it would involve adding noise barriers and bunds along the route wherever the train was going to be visible from a bridle path. And so if we go on to the next slide, 84221, and if we could sort of, I'll talk about this one first. This is from the draft environmental statement. This shows us Westbury Viaduct and Hollow Barn without any mitigation put in at all. It shows us if you look at the pale yellow, 50 to 55, the darker yellow, 55 to 60 dB contours of average noise. And if we look at slide 22, we can see what happens when some mitigation went in. Right. As you can see, there's a 1.4 metre sound barrier on Westbury Viaduct now, on the Westbury side, not on the Mixbury side, just on the north. Well, not the north, but the north, if you like, on the map. And if we go back to 21 and then back to 22, it's quite obvious what has happened to the contours. If you toggle between them, you can see the noise contour from Westbury is pulled right back by that very simple barrier. Go back again, please. Previous slide. Yeah, not that one. Try 84221. Yeah, that's it. That's it, 84222. That's without barrier, with barrier. Without barrier, with barrier. Now look at the bottom of the map. You'll see what happens towards Mixbury. This is without barrier before and this is without barrier again. So, I mean, it's quite obvious that without barrier equals without barrier. And we are saying there should be a barrier, both sides of Hollow Barn, to mitigate against noise, and there should be a barrier of both sides of Westbury Viaduct. And both the barriers need to be raised because look what it can do. And it is doing this for our only asset. It is reducing the noise problem out in the countryside. So 84223 is just suggesting where the extra noise barriers ought to go. And talking about one of HS2's comments, I'm not sure, I think it was in one of the response document, they suggested that we wouldn't like the sight of noise barriers. I think we ought to point out that we prefer the sight of noise barriers to the sound of the noise. Right. If I go on to 84224, just to summarise what I've just got through, lower the line by 4 metres, allowing cut and cover tunnels both sides of Hollow Barn, and replace Westbury Viaduct with an embankment with noise barriers either side, or just bung in a load of noise barriers. But to be honest, I think our first solution is a better solution. Bridleways and footpaths, which I said I was sort of conflating with this because I have already mentioned them, that was the next part of our petition. And the problems here would be largely solved by this solution to the general noise in the countryside. If we go on to 84225, you can see the stabling within the Mixbury village area. There are accommodation, I won't say it's stabling as such, it is accommodation and stabling. We're able to take something of the order of 130 horses. Last week there were 88 horses in the village. So you can see there are quite a lot of horses rather relying on the Ouse Valley for exercise. If we go on to 26, this is the definitive map from Oxfordshire of Cherwell, from the rights of way where they are numbered. I apologise for the shading out of surrounding counties because they're not Oxfordshire, you see. So, our minor roads, our bridleways, all here were the ones that I referred to in the previous slide as being heavily used, 33,000 if you remember, passages per annum along these bridleways into the Ouse Valley, and they are all going to be cut by HS2. And I think really you're going to hear tomorrow from other witnesses who are also grossly inconvenienced by this in our parish, who will be unable to use a pony and trap, Mr. and Mrs. Drummond-Hay. As it stands, the design for HS2 and their bridges is unsuitable, we believe, for horses. So if I could introduce Mr. David Trott here as a witness. He knows more about horses than I do, than probably most people do. He's a resident horse expert. Is that not so, David? Perhaps if I could ask you to outline to the committee your expertise, shall we say, in history in horses.
Thank you very much. My name's David Trott. I've been riding 52 years. I'm the Director of International Teams for Great Britain for the sport of dressage, for which we currently have Team Gold, Olympic, individual gold, etc. I've been Chairman of Selection since 2000. I've been the World Class Performance Manager, and I was the Chef de Keep at the 2004 Olympics, so I have a vast experience with competition horses. My partner and I run a business from Mixbury. I'm a freelance dressage trainer. He's a farrier, but we also train dressage and national hunt racehorses. Part of the regime for any competition horse is fitness, and the need for hacking would cover any of those disciplines. The use of different terrain, different ground conditions, and the mental stability of the horses so that they're not always just on the gallops or in an arena is absolutely paramount. Some of the problems that we foresee are obviously the noise, particularly with the racehorses, believe you me. The sudden noise and the sudden visibility of the trains will be a major issue. The bridge crossings, looking at the directives that have been given, we're told that the parapets will be 1.8 metres high. If you can turn to item 84227, please. Thank you. If you look at the bottom picture, you'll see that 1.8 metres high. The rider's body is more or less already completely above the parapet. If you can imagine that horse standing up on its hind legs, probably the horse's belly would be above the parapet, and if anything happened, the rider would be just chucked straight over the top of the parapet onto the railway line. I know that the BHS have said that 1.8 is high enough. I'm really sorry, but I actually disagree with that. I would think 2.5 metres high parapets on the bridges is absolutely essential.
Because this is different to having a protected bridleway over a road.
I actually think that is completely dangerous as well. I think 2.5 metres would have to be over a main road or something. A small road is different. But if you can imagine a train going underneath you that's coming at 200 miles an hour.
I'm trying to draw a distinction. The BHS have successfully, or their supporters have successfully argued for parapets at this sort of height over motorways and dual carriageways.
I know.
And I don't think that my research has shown many problems with that. So we're looking for a distinction between a train, an episode of a train, rather than a constant flow of traffic.
The only difference I would say is that none of the reports have talked about race horses or competition horses. I think there is a vast difference between that and your normal riding pony. And you can visibly see, if you can just visualise that horse standing on its hind legs, how high the rider would be. I think it's very dangerous. We've spoken already about Hollow Barn, but on where the bridleway runs up from Hollow Barn to join the first of the bridges. I think if we look at 84225, please. The final sort of 400 metres just to the, if we say the west of Hollow Barn there, the bridleway is going to actually be joining the other bridleway. It will be running along right beside the railway. Again, having the trains come whooshing right beside will be a major issue for some of the horses, for sure. And I would have major concerns that you need an awful lot of screening along that path to make it safe, please. Part of the trainer's licence means that the horses have to be able to hack to an area where they can gallop. If we look at number 26, the green area at the top is currently our galloping field where we have written permission from Mrs. Owen of Owen's Farms to use the perimeter of that field for exercising the horses at gallop.
And these horses go from Westbury and from Mixbury?
Well, our horses are from Mixbury, but there are horses from Fulwell and Westbury as well that would use it, yes, all race horses. And in fact, you see the bridle path runs through the middle of that field. It actually now is used on the, if we say southern perimeter, all of the riders will use that field now. I personally would rather ride under the viaduct than ride over the bridges. I think it's safer. Racehorses and fit competition horses are not the same as your normal riding horse, believe you me. And I noticed that the ILPH, International Legal Protection of Horses, or World Horse Welfare, have been the people who have been consulted and saying that horses will get used to trains. I agree, if a horse is in the field beside the train, eventually it will get used to it. The horses that we're talking about now are not stabled in the field, or not in fields next to the trains. They come and they have to ride next to it for 2 minutes, cross it for 2 minutes a day. They're not going to get used to it straight away, and I really do foresee that there could be major issues. Without crossing the railway, there will only actually be one route from Mixbury available to ride on, and that is going through Mixbury, along Church Lane, and then down Mossy Banks, which is, if you move the arrow, move the arrow, now go right with the arrow, and now north, and then west, no, that's east, west, yeah, and then back down into the village. Now that's only actually a 20-minute ride, which isn't actually sufficient for exercise. You would have to cross the railway at least twice to do any exercise that's worthwhile with the horses. So I've got some pleas really for the bridges to be made, if possible, 15 metres wide, but at a minimum of 10 metres, so that you can actually ride in the middle of them and not be anywhere near the edge. That the parapets are 2.5 metres high and solid and extend beyond just the part of the going over the line, that they go from land to land so the horses actually can't see what's happening down below. And also whether or not there's a possibility of having a waiting area. If the trains are coming as frequently as they say, which is every 2 minutes, if you get there and there's one coming, to be quite honest, you're going to be buggered on some of the horses because they'll have whipped round and gone away. And by the time you get back there, the next one will be there. You need some safe area. I suggest a 20-metre area either side, where like a little holding bay if possible. On the part of the line that's, of the ride that goes beside the railway, just north of Hollow Barns, yeah, there, thank you, where it joins the first bridge, I really don't know what the safe option is, whether or not we have to ask whether the bridleway actually be fenced on the side away from the railway, as well as on, obviously it's fenced on the railway side, but on the other side, just for about that 400 metres. If the horses are spooked and they go and they dive to the left, which believe you me they will, if you're going onto grass, that's fine. If you're going into plough, which could well happen, a valuable racehorse could be injured immediately by the change of terrain at that speed and completely damage a leg, could fall over on top of the rider. Change of terrain will make that much difference. I don't know the answer, whether you fence it or whether you don't, but perhaps you could seek advice on that. I've spoken with the BHS and they don't know either. And really that's my main points.
The other thing I'd like to ask you is, if none of this happens, not HS2 I don't mean, but if no mitigation goes in place beyond what is being offered, how do you see that affecting your business?
As regards the racehorses, it will be probably very difficult to continue. The dressage horses will cope better, but I would imagine you will actually have to move.
Where are you presently? Where the horses?
The horses are in Mixbury.
Round about here somewhere.
Where all those
we have
yellow
10
dots are?
acres there.
Yeah.
On the inside of one of the farms.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Any
more
for the
questions
safety
for
of all
Mr.
the
Trott?
riders, that's all.
Mr. Mole, do you have any questions of Mr. Trott at all?
I do have a couple. Just first of all, can we put up P4639? This is another version, effectively, of the plan you had in front of us, but it's helpful because it shows the diversions that we propose to take the bridleways over the railway line. If I can take you to Church Lane, and we can see the bridleway running in a sort of north-northeasterly alignment that you mentioned. It's the Hollow Lanes bridleway. We've got the series from the definitive map, so it's bridleway 3034, as you can see. Now, at the point at which the railway passes across that bridleway, as you can see from the box, we're proposing to divert it via an overbridge.
Yep.
And that will allow riders to continue along the bridleway to the east of the railway line. And then they can, if they wish to, make use, for example, of the gallops that you showed us a few minutes ago. They can then take a left and pass in a northwesterly, where they can pass, instead of the existing route, which will be severed by the railway, they can take a dogleg, which takes them beneath the Westbury Viaduct, you see that, and then into the gallops. I'm pointing out the Westbury Viaduct, and you can see from the box, bridleway 3035 permanently diverted under the Westbury Viaduct.
I don't think that's the right field, actually.
I think it probably...
I think the land that is white coloured to the northeast of where you're pointing.
There?
Just below. Where's the ooze?
This
That red
yes,
line.
the viaduct's taking you over taking the railway across the
field
ooze,
that
yeah.
I'm talking about is the white field that is below the red line and above. That one there. Yes.
Right, okay. So you don't actually need to cross the railway line to use the gallop again. Is that the point?
Right, okay.
But in any event, the point I was going to make there was, I think you said a minute ago that if you had a choice, you'd prefer to take horses underneath a viaduct.
I would.
And so there, at least, the proposal is consistent with your wishes. Yeah. Okay. Now, if we come back to the first of the crossings I mentioned, which is just at the top of the Hollow Lane diagonal, your point there, I think, is that you'd like to see a greater degree of width and a greater degree of height for the parapets than is specified in the British Horse Society.
For the parapets.
No, width for the bridle, width for the overbridge, width for the overbridge, and height for the parapets.
Yep.
Okay. And can I just take you to the guidance? If we can turn to page 4649, 8. 4649 brackets 8. Just so the committee has in mind. And if we can turn that. There you go. And if we look at the bottom of this table, we have the bridge specifications for equestrian use over roads and railways. any route over a railway, minimum width 3 metres, parapet height 1.8 metres, and if we then rotate it anti-clockwise again, we can see that there's a footnote. Parapet that's higher than 1.2 or 1.8 metres may be desirable in some circumstances. I think, insofar as parapet height is concerned, what you're really saying to the committee is that in circumstances where a bridleway is being used by competition horses, whether it be race horses or dressage horses, that may be one of those circumstances where consideration should be given to a higher parapet wall than 1.8 metres. Okay, well, we intend to design these structures in accordance with the guidance of the British Horse Society, and we will therefore consider, in the light of the evidence in each given case, whether there are circumstances which make it desirable to provide a parapet height which is higher than the standard that is set out on that page.
Thank you.
Now, if we then, you drew attention to the fact that the width is expressed as a minimum. The same point applies where in detailed design circumstances are drawn to our attention which suggest that that we should seriously consider something more than the minimum of 3 metres, then obviously we would need to consider that on its merits. And you mentioned that one such circumstance may be in relation to a bridge that is likely to be used by competition horses or
and the fact as well that several bridleways are converging in one point there.
Yeah. And if we go back to the previous page 7, we see under the heading width and sight lines another point you made. The emphasis is, I think, I won't read it out, but if you glance down that section under width and sight lines, the emphasis very much is there on safety and safe operation, and the actual widths within that, on the benchmark of that 3 metre minimum, should be carefully considered, having regard to the circumstances of the given case, with a view to maintaining a safe crossing point. Yeah. And there's also reference to waiting areas, and I think you mentioned that was something you'd like the project to consider as a matter of detail, this location.
I personally would like it much bigger than 4 metres, I can tell you.
That's obviously something that needs to be considered on the evidence of which presents itself when the detailed design is being drawn up. Would you agree?
Yes, thank you very much.
I suppose we just perhaps go back to the previous page 6, because we just note the context in which this guidance is given. Under heading parapets, you see, second bullet point, obvious point, horses can be alarmed by it says traffic, but that would include railway trains as well as road traffic. And then third bullet point, parapets higher than 1.2 or 1.8 metres, see the table below, may be desirable in some circumstances. We discussed that. This is relative to location, as there are a great many bridges in use with low parapets and no history of incidents. So there's a balance to be struck depending on the circumstances of the case, in the knowledge that often a design which is which is at the minimum specification, or in the case of parapets, the suggested specification of 1.8 is based on experience, is sufficient to meet the needs of the given case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't say that. I mean, this is guidance given by the British Horse Society generally.
I quote another paragraph from the Horse Society, same pamphlet. It says, I think it's on the previous page, where it is required to turn a horse in order to close a gate, for example, the ideal space required at least 4 by 4 metres. Many large horses require more than 4 metres to turn easily. The absolute minimum space required is a diameter of 3 metres on clear flat ground with no protrusions or overhanging vegetation. This will be too restrictive for some horses, could result in injury should a horse panic at being so constrained, allows no leeway at all for a horse being startled by a sudden movement or sound, perhaps from wildlife in a hedge, or wildlife on the railway, or coping, with temporary conditions such as standing water. I mean, this means really that British Horse Society, very much into hedging their bets, I think, on spirited horses and crossing noisy roads and railways.
Well, they say this is guidance that we think is of value to people who are designing these things, but don't forget that each set of circumstances needs to be considered on its own facts.
Indeed, yes.
Have you finished your
questioning?
Thank you. Okay. Are you coming to your final bits now, Mr. Crotton?
What an optimist. Yes, so basically we want to be able to use the bridleways safely. So to do that, we think you need to make all the crossings carrying bridleways green bridges, in effect. Something like 10 to 15 metres wide with 2.5 metres blocked in parapets, extending into the field either side, so that they are safe for horses and so that they are, in effect, wildlife corridors, because I think that is one of the things that the government is interested in, is that we should have continuous wildlife corridors supplied across this route. And if you look at the route of the map, there doesn't seem to be any way of crossing the line for wildlife for 8 kilometres or thereabouts south-east of the Westbury Viaduct. The Westbury Viaduct, you could argue, was a safe crossing point, but there don't seem to be anything else beyond lower than that for wildlife to cross this line. And a less satisfactory approach, we think, would be to add high earth bunds and acoustic barriers and to separate the trains from the horses entirely, and if necessary to reroute bridleways away from the track side. So, if we could move on to the next part of the petition, it's road traffic noise. Okay, let's stay with that, that's okay. Road traffic noise. If we don't lower the line by 4 metres, we are asking that the road, which will then be 4 metres higher and be a source of noise, should be resurfaced with low noise asphalt. That should be maintained, or the cost of the maintenance of that, which will be roughly double what it costs to maintain an ordinary asphalt road, that also should be borne by the promoter. And we should have noise barriers alongside the new road. But if you lower the line, you don't need to do that. So, finally, a summary slide. I think we're there. Mixbury, a quiet rural parish. Don't mind me if I read from this, will you? We're going to suffer 10 years of dirt, noise and disruption during construction. We'll be left with a devalued environment for the foreseeable future. And the least we can expect is no money or effort is spared in mitigating the worst effects of this invasion. The petition points to minimum measures which should be taken to soften the blow to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Melbourne.
I wonder if I could just ask Mr. Miller to come into the middle briefly, just to respond on 1 or 2 points.
Okay.
Right, 4634.
Here's a slide which shows the route as it passes through the area to the east of Mixbury. Very briefly, do you just want to take us, put us into the context here, starting perhaps in the north with the Westbury Viaduct?
Yeah, the Westbury Viaduct, as has been indicated, crosses over the River Ouse. It's taken account of the floodplain of the river, and that's shown on the Environment Agency's maps. So we try to keep that to the minimum distance. We've got a 1.4 metre noise barrier looking at the noise contour at Westbury. We'll come back to that perhaps. Then we go on to an embankment, but it's an embankment which has earth bunds either side. So it's into a false cutting in that situation. And we've just heard about the area where the gallops are and the realigned bridleway which passes underneath the viaduct just in front of the, or just to the north of the embankment there. Going further south, the route enters into a cutting, and that goes up to about 9 metres in depth. So at its deepest, the train and the overhead line electrification is hidden, and there are various plans for landscaping, hedgerows and that sort of thing along the line of the route. It's not easy to see it on this plan, I have to say. Going further along, you get towards Hollow Barn, where the land sort of drops away, and this is the area where you visited. We walked through Tibbetts Farm and down to the paddock there and looked over to where the railway would be, looking across at Mossy Spinney. And it's there where there's an embankment. I think that goes up to about 8 metres in height. And the petitioner has shown a fairly sort of stark event there on their photo montage. Going further south, well, you haven't shown the plotting. Going further south, there is a long length of cutting all the way through to the A421 London Road, and you've just heard about Featherbed Lane and how we're going to tackle that. And that cutting is up to 10 metres in depth, and again associated with planting. Got a further bridleway across the route just to the north of Tibbetts Farm on that bridleway path. Perhaps do have a look at that in a little bit more detail. And there are various other crossings up to Widmore Farm. There's another crossing there. And I think that relates to the footpath, public rights of way and the bridleways, which are sort of circular routes. And I think we're broadly agreed that they are well used, and our evidence demonstrates that to be the case.
Can we just deal with the question of noise? If we turn to P4643, we have the noise contour showing the extent of the Lowell contour, so the extent of the land and property that falls within the lowest observed adverse effect contour.
That's right, that's the grey contour. Yeah.
See that the settlement of Mixbury falls outside the extent of the Lowell contour, as shown by the arrow. There are, I think, 3 properties that are predicted to experience.
Tibbetts Farm itself,
which is there, yeah.
There's a property just in the Lowell contour, which is just there, and just further to the south,
property
just there,
just in the
just there.
You can take the arrow to
just up of my pen,
just into this. Sorry,
there's one here.
Just here.
Can you see?
There we are.
Yeah,
that's Mr. Howard's property, whom we're going to hear from later. I think.
Yes, that's right. Yes, Mr. Howard's property. Yeah.
And the bridleway that we were looking at earlier runs on the diagonal.
That's in here.
Up, and as we can see, passes just in for a few hundred yards into the Seoul contour.
Yeah, it kind of cuts. At the moment, it cuts across on a diagonal going up towards Westbury, and then it meets the rest of the park complex in this area.
And if we turn to the next page. I show this so that the committee has a sense of the mitigation that is proposed along this section of the route. And we can see the provision of a 1.4 metre barrier on the east side of the Westbury Viaduct. And the point was made earlier about the presence of a noise barrier to provide mitigation to Westbury and the absence of a corresponding barrier to provide mitigation to Mixbury. Can you just explain the logic of that?
Would you like me to explain it?
Well, I'd like Mr. Miller to do it.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't see where you were looking.
No.
Well, the logic of this, and actually it's done quite well in the slides which our petitioner has shown, the change between the draft ES that we consulted on and the final ES, which included the barrier. And the contour at the time for the draft ES, as you saw earlier, and we flipped backwards and forwards, took the outer contour to the edge of the village of Westbury. What we've been trying to do with the line of the route is try and thread it through the landscape so that we don't have big effects on where people live. And so here it was felt that because of the viaduct across the Ouse, the route we had consulted on, we looked again at the mitigation response. And the 1.4 metre high noise barrier is the sort of noise barrier that you see on the Medway viaduct. I think you visited that site. And the effect of that is to bring that contour in. When we look at Mixbury to the other side of the route in fact is providing a very similar sort of effect. Yes, it does capture a couple of those sorts of properties which we've just pointed out, but it avoids the main centre of the village itself, where most people live. So it's still not without its problems, and there are issues that we'll come to in due course with properties within the Lowell contour. We've looked at it, and if you put a barrier in, yes, you might be able to bring that contour in a little bit, but it's unlikely that we'll avoid the effects on those three properties to any great extent. So it's just that they'll be in a different part of a moved contour, and the noise change are going to be very similar.
Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to visual matters, and for that I think we can put up 4640. And we're here looking at the area of the embankment, the 250 metre embankment, and
yeah.
This is the area referred to as Hollow Lane by the petitioners, I think. And if you just look along the line of section 3, we'll come to in a minute, just tell us, is there existing vegetation along that line?
Yes, there is. If we sort of work it this way out, where it says 3B, we're sort of in the middle of the mossy spinney. And I should say that that's actually been recently identified on the ancient woodland inventory. And this is an action that the Woodland Trust intervened on and spoke to Natural England on the point. Perhaps we'll come back to that. But working away from the railway, the intervening vegetation is partly the sort of woodland and alongside the bridleway. And you remember that I think we were standing somewhere around about here. I don't know if everyone agrees.
Yeah.
Was it there or was it back there a little bit further?
Here.
Yeah. A bit further back. Anyway, we saw the bridleway diving away, which people were concerned about because of the sort of equine interest in this location. And that followed a route which was diving down because you've got this higher ground here of a dry valley. And in between, there is a spinney in this triangle of land. Then you get the remnant of the Great Central Railway, which is a linear feature in the landscape, and that's pretty well planted, or overgrown, I suppose. So that's all the way through there and runs not quite parallel to the railway. And then you get fields of various hedgerows and that sort of thing coming back into the village centre.
Now, you mentioned that Mossy Corner Spinney had been identified as a remnant piece of ancient woodland.
Yeah.
Is the project looking at that and considering how it should respond to that and the effect that the railway has in relation to that feature?
Yes. Every time something else sort of new comes onto the ancient woodlands register, we have to have a think about that and what the response is. And as the committee have heard, when we've looked at ancient woodlands, the response is normally fairly large areas of land for woodland replanting. So we've got to revisit this area in light of that ancient woodland being identified in this location. I think we had it down as showing ancient woodland characteristics, but now it's deemed to be ancient woodland.
And I suppose, given the points made by the petitioners, if we just remind ourselves of the alignment of the bridleway that petitioners were particularly concerned about, is there room at detailed design for planting there?
What we think will happen in this area, and it's fair to say that we haven't talked this through with the landowner, so in absence of that discussion I can only give you an indication of what that might be. I think what you'll see is an infill through this area here, and possibly in this area here. So the bridleway itself dives down and goes towards where the new railway will be. There's woodland either side as it dives down. And I think what will happen is that there'll be, rather than just a hedgerow in there along the line of the route, I think you'll end up with more of a block sort of planting in that area to compensate for the ancient woodland. As I say, it's fairly early days on that at the moment, but you can see if you have that block of planting in there, then the visual screen, which, as I understand it, is a fundamental part of the startle effect, the way that the horse has binocular vision and peripheral vision, that gets that bridleway down into a fairly safe sort of position visually, and not for noise, but it's not a noise screen. It gets you down to that point where we're going up on the cutting to then cut over on the sorry, it's not on here, the bridleway bridge that we just described.
Just flash up 4639 just to remind us of that.
Yeah, that's it. So we're just sort of down here, where that little second cross is, just where my pen is. Can you see that? That's at the bottom of the spinney, which is in here. We think there's probably planting that will need to go in here. And then the bridleway cuts along the railway up to the point where the bridleway bridge is of sufficient height to go over the cutting so that the trains can go underneath. And then the bridleway cuts across the railway. Now, I think probably in looking at that woodland again, we take the opportunity to reinforce the planting so that avoids a sort of startle effect. This foothold is probably different compared to the others because you're coming at it from an angle and you're sort of getting closer into where the railway is. So you've got some distance to go with the horse rider coming down that bridleway. And I think maybe what we've got to do is look at the bits of bridleway just along the line of the route where it runs parallel to the route and just think carefully what that screen looks like there. I mean, we would say 1.8 metres, but if it turns out to be something else a little bit higher, then so be it.
This is the area of the route where the petitioners have suggested that consideration should be given to creating a green tunnel or lowering the line of the route considerably. Have we looked at the costs in ballpark figures of a green tunnel or a lowering of the route through this location?
Yes, we have. Yeah, both of the scenarios would elevate the costs considerably. I think it's for about 2.5, not quite 2.5 kilometres. I think it is for a cut and cover tunnel, really reducing the height of the line through here. To give you an idea of what that would be, it's probably about £150 million plus. That's to put a cutting in, then put a structure in, then to fill back over. And if you were to do a cutting alone, getting the depth, then we're looking at something about 125 million of that sort of order.
There are some slides in the package we produced for Cherwell District Council, but I'm not going to take you to those now. The final point relates to Featherbed Lane, P4637. so sorry. That's the next one. It's 4638. I do apologise. We've given assurances to the District Council and to the and indeed to the parish meeting regarding the creation of a haul road, as is shown on that plan, which will enable us to limit the construction traffic that goes along Featherbed Lane. As the committee heard earlier, there's been a suggestion from the District Council as to how that assurance might be amended. But I just wanted you to tell the committee what the current predicted construction traffic movements along Featherbed Lane are, both in terms of numbers, duration and the purpose for which we would continue to need to make residual use of that route.
Yeah, we will need to use Featherbed Lane to get this site's compound up and running, and that will be for a period of between 8 and 12 weeks. And we will need to have a limited number of HGVs coming into that site, and we expect that to be no greater than about 20 per day. And also light vehicles, perhaps 25 to, I think, around about 30 per day. That's necessary to get that site up and running, and then once we get that up and running, we can then think about how the construction operates through here, and then that gets the traffic out of everyone's hair along Featherbed Lane. So I'm afraid there will be a little bit of disruption, but it's necessary to make this all work, as I think we've been discussing. I think we talked about this on the bridge here when we were out with the committee. So our view is that I think we've done our best to make sure that works for you. I think it's worth saying, I think it's probably in the assurance anyway, but we don't have any traffic going through the village as you were concerned about in your presentation. But then it all goes A421 along the whole route there.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions of Mr. Miller, Mr. Brunham?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Excuse me. First off, I'd like to point out that we had to use those contour comparisons between the draft and full ES because we were told by HS2 they could not give us any other form of a prediction about what noise barriers would do for us. So we did hope we would actually have a better idea of what noise barriers would do around the countryside. And the point I was basically making throughout our presentation was it's not so much the noise in the centre of the village of Mixbury, it's the noise that is going to limit our use of the countryside that is more of a problem, in particular for horses. One or two things from Mr. Miller perhaps. How do you move an ancient wood? Do you pick up the soil and put it back in the right order, for instance? I mean, I'm just wondering how you move an ancient wood, or how you can compensate for moving an ancient wood by planting another wood.
I've given that answer in the past,
yes,
and just I won't go into the full answer, but just to broadly say what we would do, where it is, we will have to take down the trees. We will look at root balling the trees that are cut down if they're of a coppice kind of variety. We will think about the biodiversity in the soils. We'll take care of the soils and we'll move them to a suitable receptor site. Those generally are in areas of low-grade agricultural land alongside ancient woodlands. Those are the circumstances where there has been some good degree of success on that. And my example is Cossington Woods on the A2M2 widening scheme where all of this is carried out. And you can see the report online if you want to go into any greater detail on that.
Okay.
So we will do our best to look after the biodiversity of those soils and try and use that as a medium to provide the biodiversity. So it's not replacing the ancient woodland per se, it's trying to look after the biodiversity. obviously we'd have to wait a few hundred years for the woodland to come back.
I should do that. Another question about the costs of their cut and covered tunnel compared to the cutting, and how do those costs compare to the present cutting? I mean, these are extra costs over and above what you would spend for the 9 metre deep cutting at the moment to go down to, say, 13 metres maximum depth.
Yeah, I believe that to be the case. I don't know whether
so you have to spend an extra £125 million to go down 4 metres over that length, roughly.
Yeah, what's happening here is on the cut and cover type of arrangement, you've got the cutting itself and the handling of the material. So you have to handle it, you've got to find space to handle it all, which would go to some considerable distance away from here. And then you've got to put the structure in and you've got to put it all back in again. So you're handling the material quite a lot and you've got new structure going in. And those structures over that distance are quite complex. And again, we have provided some technical evidence on that sort of thing in the past. I won't labour that. In terms of the deeper cutting here, perhaps I'd take it from the other way around, is trying to use material in a balance of the cut and fill insofar as we're able to along the line of the route, and that's what we try and do, either putting the material that we take out of the ground into earth-filled embankments, or earth-filled embankments and the sort of false cuttings, the bungs and that sort of thing either side of the railway. That's what we've elected to do.
So replacing the viaduct with an embankment would help in terms of balance.
I wouldn't disagree with what you say there. You would obviously try and find other ways of using that material, and our approach would be to try and use as much of that material for good effect as we practically could do so. There are differences of views on viaducts. It's interesting that this local view is perhaps more akin to a preference for embankments. Elsewhere, Hampton and Arden is a good case. We've got an embankment there, and the preference is to have an open view.
Whatever HS2 suggests, they get the opposite, do they?
Yeah. Well, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is we've taken this in the round. That's what I'm saying to you, and we try to provide a balance of structure, cuttings and embankments, and to good effect. That's our approach to the use of materials along the line of the route. If you go to the cutting, the wider cutting, we have more material which ends up having to go off site with the requisite traffic movements and additional cost. So that and landfill would
could I just get back to those figures again, just to clarify things? Your 2.5 kilometres of cut and cover tunnel will cost an extra 150 million, rough or plus.
Yeah.
Similar length of extra cutting will cost, of 4 metres deep extra cutting will cost an extra 125 million.
Yeah, I believe that to be the case.
Was that what I understood?
I believe that to be the case.
So the difference of 25 million is the extra cost of putting all the material back for cut and cover tunnel?
Between the cut and cover tunnel and the deep cutting. I suspect that's probably down to the structure that you've got to provide in there.
The piece of concrete that's dropped in the bottom?
Yeah, it's a lot of concrete.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think I have any more questions. Mr. Miller, thank you.
No. Okay. Brief final comments, Mr. Brown.
My final comments really are, I'm afraid, I still think that we are worth spending the money. I think that HS2 should honour the commitments of various transport ministers who've said that mitigation will not be limited by cost. And I think our best mitigation is still to drop the line by 4 metres. And all the other suggestions I have made, really I find are secondary to that. And I believe that a proper costing of the effects of dropping the line that really need to be made by HS2 to convince us how much extra money it will cost to do it. The other thing is, of course, that the mitigation is for our countryside, is not for the village. Not really. The village is, compared to many other places up the line, quite well off, to be honest. I would feel embarrassed to be here if it was purely for the village. But the village does use this area of countryside, and without further mitigation, we are cut off in a triangle between the A421, which can't be crossed safely with a horse, for instance, most of the time, and this HS2, which we are doubtful will be able to be crossed unless something significant is done about green bridging it.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will get HS2 to send us your little bit in your presentation for the noise. Perhaps we can hear it in our office.
Oh, that would be very nice.
Give us a treat another day.
Admittedly, it was a TGV, and no doubt technology will have moved on, but certainly the expectation is that the trains through on HS2 will be going a great deal faster. Thank you.
Right, Finmere Parish Council.
That aside was to your clerk, who very kindly managed to spell my name correctly. Unfortunately, when I submitted my petition, my signature was obviously unclear. I trust that my presentation will be less confusing. Unfortunately not. There are only two of us in the world now. There used to be four, but the others got married. to escape the name. Thank you very much indeed. I represent Finmere Parish Council, which is slightly bigger than Mixbury. It's a parish council. It's a fully constituted one. We have more than one meeting a year. We are part of Cherwell district in the Banbury and North Oxfordshire constituency. It's called either. Finmere itself has an electorate of 386. Cherwell, the district in which it lives, has an electorate of around 100,000. The constituency has around 84,000, and Oxfordshire itself is around 600,000. There are four parishes in Oxfordshire that are directly affected by the implementation of HS2. Their total electorate is under 700, 0.1% of the whole of Oxfordshire. So we're very small beer when it comes to the county level, unlike Buckinghamshire and South Northamptonshire and the like. It's a very quiet, tranquil and pleasant part in which to live, and it is prosperous. Unemployment in the constituency is under 1%. Now, if we look at the map of the HS2 as is provided, we see that it is on the chainage, which I presume represents with a plus 100, 200 and so on and so forth. I presume they represent kilometres. We are 90 kilometres from London and 85 kilometres from Birmingham, so we're effectively in the middle. So to be able to use the train, we've got to go almost as far as anybody in either direction to catch the darn thing. So the benefit to our small area, the 0.1% of the electorate of Oxfordshire, is virtually none in terms of access. In terms of employment and opportunity, there is very little it can gain, given that only 0.8% of our population are registered unemployed. And we're not in the north-south. So as far as the advantages of the HS2 project to our 0.1% of the electorate are concerned, they are very, very small, if not zero. Now, When the project first came out, just under 5 years ago, we were obviously taken aback by it. First thing I heard of it was a phone call from the local radio station saying, "What are you going to do about this railway line through your back garden?" We got some consolation. When we realised what it was going to do, we were obviously alarmed, but we took some consolation from Secretary of State Hammond, at the time, who said, and I quote, "I am determined that we will do everything possible to try and reduce the impact of the line." Okay, that was a try. Subsequently, your current Secretary of State, Right Honourable Patrick McLaughlin, in the draft environmental statement of July 2013 said, "We must ensure that everything possible is done to mitigate the impacts of HS2 on people and the landscape." Could you move on to slide number 2, please? Sorry, I've got to keep tabs with this as well. We also studied the various documents that came out from HS2. Not all of them, I hasten to add, there were rather a lot. But the review of route selection and speed, dated January 2012, section 3.1, page 12, paragraph 3.1.3, bullet point 1, to be precise, said that they outlined 4 principles, and they said they were to avoid, or where this was not practical, to mitigate direct or indirect harm to the communities, the landscape, water and ecological resources, and to maximise opportunities to such features. So we're looking on the basis of everything possible must be done, and wherever possible to avoid, if not mitigate, direct or indirect harm to communities and landscape. To the next slide, please. So we were looking at the process when we were involved with the consultations that were taking place with respect to HS2. We were trying to look at the impact of construction and the impact in operation. Obviously, construction will be a relatively short-term thing. Operation, like a puppy, is for life. And the discussions and communications to date relating to the engagement and the environmental statement consultation. I apologise for saying this if you have already heard it before, but they weren't of the best quality. The community forums were interesting. We had a lot of information given to us. We felt that we did not have much opportunity to ask our questions and get satisfactory questions to answers to the questions that we were posing. Also, it's frustrating that the community forums ceased just before the environmental statements came out, because most of our petitioning topics are related to subjects that were only made directly aware to us, and the scale of them in the environmental statements. However, in the petition response reply, page 7, it talks about the consultation was in compliance with a whole load of guidelines, Aarhus conventions, and so on and so forth, and I have no doubt that that is the case. But that doesn't necessarily mean they were good. They were just in compliance. If we could move on to the next slide, please. May I grab a glass of water? Which is one of our first petitioning points, which was road closure during construction. This has largely been addressed, inasmuch as you have made a proposal which is acceptable to Cherwell Council, Finmere Parish, I think, although I haven't had time to speak to them about it, and also to Mixbury Parish, about the alternative route for Featherbed Lane or Fulwell Lane. We welcome this. One small PS to that, opposite the south side of the road, there is a large landfill site which has been with us for some 20 years. We found it absolutely paramount, given there was a haul road from that landfill site to the main road, that adequate wheel washing facilities were installed on the entrance and exit to that site, because of the amount of mud and stuff that was being deposited on the roads. And I hope that would be a condition of the implementation of a haul road, which of course would not have been the case had they been using the tarmacked Featherbed Lane. Now, one of the reasons that we were concerned about the road closure during construction is that the traffic that currently uses that road would be diverted, and the routes for diversion were sent through Finmere. Finmere, on entrance to it, you may see a sign saying unsuitable for HGVs. Well, you would do, except that it was knocked completely skywards by an HGV that came round the corner. Such is life. But nonetheless, an increase in HGV traffic purely by virtue of diversion of the existing traffic following the closure of Featherbed Lane was a concern to us by virtue of the roads that we currently have. Unimportant country lanes. Now, I'll return to that a little bit later, if I may. But the diversion that you were proposing through our village was wholly impractical. It was going past the village school, which is serves a multitude of villages around, so there's a lot of traffic morning and evening. The road surface is poor, and as I'm sure you're aware, once a road starts to deteriorate, the speed of deterioration accelerates. So we were seeking, once it was over, a resurfacing of the road to a standard that would be suitable for its ongoing use post-construction, but resurfacing as opposed to repair. We've all seen what the repairs are like and how long they last. Right, I'll move off for that, but I'll make a couple of references a bit later on. If I move on to the next slide, please, the construction traffic. Now, this is a rather busy slide, I'm afraid. First of all, again, we welcome the agreements made with Cherwell District Council with respect to Motorway Junction 11 and the area surrounding it. That's a plus. Our concern is more with the non-construction traffic. If I may explain, the picture you have in front of you shows the various numbers of HGV journeys. That's each one of those represents a two-way journey, not a one-way journey, in a 10-hour working day for a period of around 2 years, give or take, along those various roads. So on the A421, which is currently highlighted, there will be 855 or so. On the A422, there will be 1,140. The other A422, there will be 1,145. And the A361, there's another 1,095. And 4 community forum areas all have their traffic, HGV traffic, converging on those 2 junctions, 10 and 11, along with the A43. Now, those numbers, obviously, what's the number? That is the midpoint of the range of numbers quoted in the CFA document. It is not the upper number, and I have not used that I've taken the mean each case. Also, I have not included the additional car and light goods vehicle journeys that were also put in there. Those are merely the HGV journeys. In the case of the A421, if you go back, that's the one that's got 855, there are somewhere between 650 and 1,240 more two-way journeys per 10-hour working day scheduled as a result of the work that's going on there. Now, the consequence of that is there's going to be an incredible increase in the amount of traffic going east to west along the A421 and east to west along the A422. So those two on the extreme right of your screen, the ones where the boxes 1140 and 855. Now, that's going to mean that whilst the HGVs may be regulated by routing agreements, all the others won't be, and nor will any of the traffic that isn't HS2 construction. So the consequences are, as human nature and as night follows day, all the other traffic will seek a route past those pinch points, where the A421 meets the A423 and where the A422 meets it. It's going to be quite busy. And the logical progression from that is that the small, unimportant country roads down which the Featherbed Lane traffic was going to be diverted will now feel considerably extra burden of traffic as a result of traffic of non-construction traffic trying to non-construction HGV traffic trying to seek a way through this particular area. It also should be pointed out that I learnt recently that the A421 is one of the primary relief roads should there be a major blockage on the M40 between either junctions 9 and 10 or 10 and 11. And that is one of the primary diversion routes. It is also the primary diversion route for the A43 when Silverstone is in operation every year for a 4-day period. So the traffic, we believe, is going to be very, very severe. So the country, again, we will see the generation of rat runs in vast numbers as a result of this, particularly between the A421 and the A422. And as a consequence, these unimportant country lanes that we manage, with which we manage at the moment, will be deteriorating, and the deterioration will accelerate. So again, we are seeking a commitment that once the work is over, some resurfacing is done rather than repair. We could move to the next slide, please. That is a photograph of Finmere at night because North Oxfordshire is dark. Now, we had no response to our petition on light pollution, save a restatement of and a quote from the Code of Construction Practice and one particular special document, ED5, I think it was. There will be 3 floodlit compounds within a mile of Finmere, one at Newton Purcell, one at Warren Farm, and one at Featherbed Lane. Now, at the turn of the century, a proposal was received by Aylesbury Vale District Council, in whose authority it fitted, to put a car storage site at the junction of the A421 and the A4421. This was rejected, and the rejection was sustained on appeal, and one of the grounds for rejection was the fact that they were intending to floodlight the place with security lights overnight, every night, and that the presence of those lightings would be severely detrimental to the night sky. So, given that there is some history here, we would very much like some alternatives, and I feel sure that I understand that Mixbury received a comment that they will do their best they can. We'd like to know what those possibilities are, because that is a photograph, as I say. Okay, if we move on, please. Barn owls. Might seem silly, and it's slightly ironic. The environmental statement acknowledges the fact that barn owls' population within 1.5 kilometres of the line on each side is likely to be obliterated by virtue that they'll be displaced or they'll be caught by train strike. And we saw that the HS2, the undertaker, is seeking arrangements with landowners. We were anxious that those arrangements be absolutely cast iron, or an alternative be provided. And we suggested that if in the event that insufficient arrangements were made with landowners to accommodate the displacement, that some some contribution to an off-site location be made to provide alternative a bit like putting another wood somewhere else, in a similar manner to that. We're looking for a much greater thing. And ironically, about a week before the HS2 was announced, I was given a barn owl box to plant, and of course I haven't put it up because I live very close to the line. However, that's just bad luck. Move on to the next slide, please, the profile of the proposed line. Finmere lies on a plateau. That's why it's got an airfield, a wartime airfield. It has a landfill mound to the south. That landfill mound is a mixed blessing. It's a mixed curse. We are downwind to the proposed line, and so consequently the profile of the line will have consequences in several areas, specifically road and train noise, and also road safety on the A421. The next slide, please. I think. Yeah. Now, we see from the maps that the A421 is elevated by 4.3 metres to an artificial crest at Warren Farm, which is above the existing hedge lines. Oh, okay. Cheers. Now, the landfill site itself is currently being restored and covered. As a consequence, there are a number of heavy bits of machinery running around on the northern flank of it, which is our side of it, moving earth around and putting down various soil, trees and plastic covers. The noise from those vehicles as their exhausts, as they're running up and down the mountain, and bulldozers and the like, is certainly not inaudible. It may not match the magic numbers that appear in the documents that we were sent, but it's certainly, we can certainly hear it. And of course, the presence of a large landfill mound acts as a bit of a sound reflector for anything on the northern side of it. On top of that, the A421 in a previous history in the 80s and 90s was actually the B4031. Now, again, that's relevant in a couple more slides' time. But the B4031 was upgraded to the A421 around 1998. And in so doing, they filled a dip in the B4031 just to the east of the proposed crest. Now, it was very interesting because at that time, when vehicles which were travelling along the B4031, and it took quite a significant amount of HGV traffic, even though it was a B road, when they went down into the dip, the sound of their engines and their passing was greatly diminished, only to be restored when they came back out the other side of the dip, some 80, 100 yards further to the east or west. It's very, very noticeable. As soon as they'd filled in the dip, the noise was constant because there was nothing to get in the way. They'd raised the road up so that the sound came up with it. Now, if you raise the A421 by 4 metres a little bit further to the west, you'll be lifting all the vehicles with their consequent engine noise and the tyre noise to above the hedge lines that are currently there. There are some hedges there which do provide a measure of protection even in winter, but if you lift the vehicles above that, the noise will be much greater than it currently is. Again, it might not make the magic numbers, but nonetheless it will be a great deal louder than it is at the moment. Now, if you lowered the line, there's a completely different reason for lowering the line than that's been proposed so far. That would remove that particular problem. Failing that, the alternative is, if it is absolutely essential that the line has to be done, we would formally request that we have an SMA type road term. SMA is a technical term for the quiet tarmac. The maintenance costs of which are significantly greater. So if that was the case, it would be not unreasonable for a commuted sum to be made available to the Highways Authority so that they can continue to maintain the SMA surface so that the relative silence was preserved. If you could move to the next slide, please. The train noise. We checked with HS2 and asked specifically, we've confirmed that the catenary is 8 metres above the track, but the cutting at the A421 is about 5.1 metres deep. So the catenary and the wires and some moving parts will be, nearly 3 metres worth of it will be above the track. The noise barrier is 4 metres above the track, so effectively, even though it's in it'll be below the level of the ground. So again, we're saying our solution again in this respect for train noise is to lower the line. If that proves to be impossible, to raise and extend the noise barriers so to reduce the amount of noise that we get. The next slide, please. The road safety on the A421. Now, to this subsequent to depositing my exhibits, I received the exhibits from HS2, which included one which was, I think, 4593. P4593. Can you bring that up? Thank you. The third paragraph talks about the promoter is realigning the A421 to allow it to pass over HS2 on an improved vertical alignment. I'm not quite sure what that means if it doesn't mean lowering the line. I'd like some clarification of that, if I may. But improved vertical alignment, I could appreciate the horizontal alignment, but it's the vertical alignment that puzzles me. To go back, my exhibit number, it was the second, well, the maps at the back of, oh no, I haven't got the map. The B4031 at Warren Farm, which it was at the time in 1988. If you could move on to the next slide, that will be number 12 for me. Okay, right now, that slide there. If you could move your cursor, that's it, right in the middle. That's lovely. Okay, now prior to the upgrading to the A421, the B4031 was dead straight. And the Grand Central Railway ran under a bridge that was at Warren Farm. Although that railway line in the cutting which you'll be excavating was filled in as part of the landfill project. When they upgraded the A421 the B4031 to the A421 in 1998, they actually put a small kink in the road such that the original bridge and the walls on it are still visible. The proposal now will re-establish the A421 along the line of the original B4031, i.e. dead straight, but it will still be elevated unless this improved vertical alignment proves me wrong. But if that was the case, there would be this artificial crest. Now, given that in 1998 and therefore 1998 and all times before, it was dead straight, and the condition of permission for converting Warren Farm into multiple housing was that the entrance be stopped up and moved 600 yards to the west to improve for reasons of highway safety, I find it difficult to see that the entrance is being restored to its original position, especially with the introduction of a crest. It strikes me as strange. My slide number, I presume it's the last. It's on my slides. The very last one. Can you go to the very last one, please? I'll keep going. There's a couple of others. There's numbers 15 and 16. The one preceding that one. And that one, sorry, number 2. A832, number 2. That's it. Section 4. At the bottom, there you go. That before the proposed access is first used, the existing main farm access shall be permanently stopped up and shall not be used by any vehicular traffic whatsoever in the interest of highway safety. The road was a B road at that time. It was straight. It is now going to become an A road, which is also straight, but they're restoring the access. We find this very difficult to understand. We seek some clarification. We fully accept that the Highways Authority will be the final arbiter, but nonetheless it strikes us as anomalous that we're going back to the status quo and we're reversing that particular condition. Fine. If you could now go back to number 13, which I suspect will be thrown out. My real point on there is that we're going to have to. We are parish. We are residents. It is going to be. We are all taxpayers as well. It is our taxpayers' money that's being spent. We'd like to know exactly how much it's going to be. But beyond that, I'll say no more because out of respect to you. Move on to my summary, which I may, which is 14. HS2. It is very difficult to see if HS2 brings any benefits to the parish and its surroundings. There will be an impact on the area during construction. There will also be an impact in operation. Given that 2 Secretaries of State that said they would do everything possible to mitigate the effect and impact on us, We ask that you fix the roads when you've finished. You turn off the lights when you're there at night. You pay up for the barn owls or make sure that they're safe. You lower the line and restore the balance. And our request to HS2 is please talk with us. Talk to us. We've had no conversations whatsoever with HS2 since the environmental statement came out. So please talk with us and not to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mull.
If we can put up P4656, I'll try and deal with the points as they've come up. It's in the Cherwell exhibits. This is a slide which shows the proposals to route HS2 traffic along the strategic road network in the area of this part of Oxfordshire. You can see the M40, the A43, and then the A421 and the A422 respectively feeding off the A43. Finmere is just to the north of the A421, and as we know, to the east of the railway line. And just to orientate ourselves, Featherbed Lane is just to the right of the A421 notation. I've explained already this afternoon, or rather Mr. Miller has, the limited use that we need to make of that road under the arrangements that we have given assurances about to Cherwell and to Mixbury, of which you've heard. Now, the scheme, having assessed traffic effects on that strategic road network, is predicting that those strategic routes will operate within capacity, and the HS2 traffic should therefore be able to be accommodated within capacity on that strategic road network, and the fear of rat running due to vehicles being forced to find alternative routes, by definition, that is not expected to arise. So that is the response to that. In relation to the question of repairing carriageways in the event that they are damaged due to the passage of HS2 construction vehicles, I think the committee knows from all the way back from the Warwickshire County Council petition that there are provisions under paragraphs 15 to 17 in Schedule 31 to the bill which make arrangements for the repair of the existing road network where such is needed to remedy damage caused by HS2 construction traffic. Turning to the question of surfacing, a more local point was raised about using a particular type of quiet surface for new sections of highway taking existing roads across the railway line on overbridges. The position is that the noise assessment that we've carried out is not predicting that any significant adverse noise is likely to be caused to the settlement of Finmere as a result of the creation and operation of the overbridge over the A421. And for that reason, we don't expect to need to install any particular type of surfacing. But of course, if our detailed negotiations and discussions with the local highway authority lead to a conclusion that some special surfacing is needed, then that is something that would be dealt with under the detailed arrangements of the bill. Turning to the question of light pollution, in fact, the response to the Mixbury Parish Council petition on that issue that they, as you know, pronounce themselves satisfied with, is in exactly the same terms as the response that we have given to the Finmere Parish Council. The only difference is that they had a particular concern about an auto transformer express feeder station, which we dealt with in response to them. No such concern arises in relation to Finmere, so by definition we don't address that. But that response in a nutshell drew attention to paragraph to a particular section in the Code of Construction Practice, section 5.4, the gist of which is that the nominated undertaker will be expected to take take appropriate and reasonable steps so as to limit the spread of light from construction sites. I can also say that we do not expect any of the construction sites in the locality of Finmere to need to be operated on a 24-hour basis, and we do not expect, therefore, to need to light those sites during the hours of during the nighttime hours. They will continue to need to be lighted, obviously, into the evening, but save perhaps for immediate security measures, lighting during the nighttime hours will be kept to the reasonable minimum. In terms of noise, if I just show you the noise contour series for Finmere, that begins at P4594. Finmere is the settlement in the centre of this slide. You can see a number of assessment points to the west of the village. I also draw attention to the assessment point which is intended to be representative of the residential development at Warren Farm, of which the petitioner mentioned. That's 277403. If we then turn the page, we can see at 4595 the noise contours, and you can see that the Lowell contour is drawn in well to the west of the main settlement of Finmere. True it is that we are predicting significantly adverse noise effects on those residential premises. I think there are 9 of them at Warren Farm, and that is the effect of the notation OSV 14-C01. And that prediction is based upon the change in noise levels resulting from the operation of the railway and its attendant infrastructure, which you see in tabular form at P4597, and you can see that for third line down in the table, 277403, that's the representative assessment point for Warren Farm, and you can see we're predicting an increase during the daytime of 5 decibels over existing. The ambient noise levels for the railway and the road, and indeed the predicted noise environment overall, is within the Lowell contours, but that is a property. Those are properties which, for the reasons I've given, are identified as suffering a significant adverse effect. Turning then finally, I think, penultimately to the overbridge. If we just put up P4590. The overbridge to which the petitioner referred is identified in the middle of the slide, and you can see the new access point that is proposed for the Warren Farm properties just to the east of the railway line, with access onto the approach to the overbridge. The overbridge will be designed so that there is a gentle approach on both sides of the road, which enables the bridge itself to be constructed on the level over the railway line. And the position with regard to the safety of that proposed access point to serve Warren Farm is, as shown on the slide, which is at P4591, provided that I'm so sorry, that's not the right one. 4593. Provided that forward visibility can be achieved to serve that access in full compliance with highway design standards, then the Highway Authority are content with that access point. We are able to achieve those standards and therefore we are confident that that access can be provided in a way that is satisfactory, will satisfy the requisite road safety audits and will satisfy the requisite approval of or secure the requisite approval of Oxfordshire County Council as the Highway Authority. And as I have mentioned a moment ago, the noise assessment included an assessment of the likely noise effects of the railway and of the road as it passes over the railway at that location, and that is reflected in the noise contours that you saw before you a few moments ago. Finally, barn owls. We have within the 1.5 kilometres of the railway line in this community forum area, area 14, we have 4 nests that we are aware of. Our proposed mitigation is to provide new nesting boxes in locations that are over 1.5 kilometres away from the railway, and to negotiate agreements for the siting of those nest boxes with landowners and with wildlife trusts and so forth. And we are confident that we will be able to deliver on that mitigation satisfactorily as part of the detailed design and delivery of the railway. I think I've covered all the points.
On the barn owls, presumably the danger period is not particularly during the construction, is when the railway is running. So if construction assuming the bill gets royal assent,
yes,
there's plenty of time to actually provide the more attractive or the replacement attractive sites for them.
Yes, yes. And that's a route-wide strategy on the part of the project, as is set out in the environmental statement.
My personal experience is that barn owls can be remarkably stupid in going on trying to nest in places that aren't very good for them.
I'm afraid I can't comment on that. I have no personal experience with barn owls at all, but hopefully we can educate them to some degree.
Well, sign.
Yeah, exactly. Unless there's anything else on that.
No. Brief final comments, please.
Well, it would appear that all of our things are not a problem. All of our concerns are not a problem. Traffic isn't a problem. There's not going to be any traffic jams. You're not going to have any SMA. The light pollution, fair enough. Okay, you're going to. I was under the impression it was going to be severely lit 24 hours a day. I'm relieved at that. It's not going to be noisy. The overbridge is going to be okay, and the barn owls are going to be safe. I wish I was a barn owl because. If you live 121 metres away from HS2, you don't get a new house. If you're a barn owl, you do.
I think you should be careful though, because Sir Peter has just pointed out they're quite stupid. But
quite honestly, to some extent, I feel rather stupid having come all this way and to be told that all my fears, when I'm trying to represent on behalf of my parishioners, are to no avail. And
moment. That wasn't what was said.
No.
It's not the impression you should have.
Well, I'm disappointed because...
And if you just for the sake of sort of, my sense of balance, if the previous road access wasn't safe because you didn't have the sight lines, and if now there will be the sight lines, that is actually taking the point you took seriously.
I quite agree, sir. But with all due respect, I must say that prior to the B4031 was flat and straight. It is now going to be flat and nearly straight, and it's going to be an A road. And it had to be moved for the previous incarnation.
No, we listened the first time.
I'm sorry. It's just disappointing. I also find that, by the way, your map on P4656 has got the A422 incorrect. It isn't the A422, you've got the A43 on that one. But no, it's all right, no, it's not a problem. But and I appreciate that you will certainly make good all the damage that is done by HS2 traffic, as per Warwickshire. This I understand. I'm concerned that if the traffic does tend to be a little bit more busy than your current expectations, and we do have rat runs, and the non-HS2 traffic does cause the non-important country roads, who is going to fix them and when? That is my concern. I mean, it's a matter of expectation. I expect it to be worse than you do, which is fair enough, but we will have to suffer the consequences of it. And as I said in my opening part, we're getting nothing out of this whatsoever. We couldn't be further away from a station. We're not going to have our employment fixed, and we're not on the north. We're not in the north, so the north side. So we get absolutely nothing. But our taxes will have to pay for it. I feel very disappointed that we haven't got something out of this.
Well, I think I can understand your frustration, but you know you've heard the line of the promoter, but we are not the promoter. You know, we have we have the duty to determine what the outcome should be after this is finished. So what you've heard is the line from the promoter. We've got to deliberate about what we've heard from both sides now. Okay?
Okay, well, fine. At least you know the strength of my feelings.
Indeed.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed
for your time. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you. We now have Newton Purcell Parish meeting. You know what the form is now?
Yes, sir. Is the form to finish at 5? No, till 7.
It's to possibly 6.
Okay, so you want me to I'll just carry on.
Yeah, a little bird told me you might be 40 minutes. Is that sort of where you're likely to be?
That's my best guess.
Because you have rather a lot of slides, which started to worry me with earlier.
Well, I don't really speak PowerPoint, so I haven't taken that approach. What I've done is I prepared, in the middle of last week, a submission that I can talk around over about 15 pages. And 2 exhibits. The first exhibit was a chronological bundle of correspondence that I've had about engagement. And the second exhibit, my exhibit B, was a list of HS2 documents that I would be referring to from the environmental statement. I think the best approach I might suggest is to have the submissions in hard copy and to look at the maps on screen rather than put the submissions on screen. That don't work at all. Now you should have, they called it an exhibit A836, which is my outline submission for today. And I'm here, I mean, there's no real distinction between me being here for myself or Newton Purcell Parish meeting. The reason I put both in was just in case there was some point taken about jurisdiction or standing or whatever that might be, so the point doesn't arise. But if we go to paragraph 8 of that submission on page 3, those are the 5 main headings that I wanted to go through today. The first is the lack of any mitigation whatsoever of the proposed railway on the north-east side of the line in Newton Purcell. And I think that's going to take the bulk of the time because that's where we have the issue of principle. The following 3 are largely, but not entirely, issues of detail which Cherwell District Council can pick up at detailed planning stage. And those are the lack of mitigation on the rerouted A4421, the mitigation of the railway on the southwest side of the line, which has most of the houses in the village, albeit most of those are further away. Construction issues, and finally, and this is not a point of detailed design, compensation. Now, I can set out where I've got to on the first issue in particular. I don't know what the issues really are with HS2 because I've never had any detailed response to anything I've said, and I've said what I'm about to say to you several times over the past few years.
Is it worth just to make a bit of a map just so we've got clear in our minds?
Yes, well that was the first thing I was going to do, and I'm just hoping technology works. This is Exhibit B, but the map I'd like to go to is in the environmental statement map book for CFA 14. The budget didn't stretch to pagination, but it's map number CT06060B. I'm hoping this works, so I'll struggle otherwise. It's promising. Excellent, thank you. So here we have, and it's really on the left-hand side of this map, where you have Newton Purcell. Most of the houses in the village are just cut off at the bottom of the map. That's the south side of the line. And you'll see the existing A4421 has a number of houses leading up to the route of the line.
The figures got just on the right-hand side of that, just down from that, I think, aren't they?
Yes. So this is the existing route of the A4421. Then we have the north side of the line, where there are two houses close by, and other houses are much further away. And that shows you again to the left the rerouting of the road, because I think it would be next to impossible to build this line and keep this road open, and there will be a long closure. And I think that's the thinking behind the rerouting, is that allows the road to remain open. Now, so take us through those issues quickly. We can see that the north of the line, so on top of the line here, we can see, you can see from the key below, there is a line of what they call landscape mitigation planting that goes across the top of the line, and there is a gap where the existing road is. So there's no mitigation planting there, and that's adjacent to the houses, one of which is mine, so I declare that interest very early on.
Sorry, again, you're
I am, if we move the arrow up, slightly up, yeah, stop, that's where I am. We'll see another map shortly where it's highlighted in green. But you'll see the main point I'll come back to is on that north side of the line there is no mitigation whatsoever. There's no noise fence, there's no earthworks, there's no planting, no nothing. And that's quite a confusing state of affairs. South side of the line, you can see there is obviously recognition in principle that we need mitigation, because you'll see that there's a purple line there which is the noise fence area, and we'll see to the left and the right of the main road there is substantial earthworks. And so really the issues south of the line for the mitigation line itself are going to be performance issues and matters of detail. The principle has been established that mitigation is required. The third issue is we obviously have the diverted road, which creates its own problems, particularly south of the line, as the traffic is now driving facing into the village, and there are concerns about the mitigation of that. But from the correspondence I've seen between Cherwell District Council and HS2 recognise in principle that mitigation has to be addressed for that road, and so there's not so much to say about that. It's a detailed design issue rather than an issue of principle. Construction issues don't arise on this map, and compensation is compensation. So with regard to the mitigation of the north side of the line, where there's nothing at the moment, and albeit there are only a few houses there, I wonder if I might first refer to another environmental statement document, which is the Community Forum Area Report. Sorry, yes, again, CFA 14, Newton Purcell to Brackley, it's ES 3.2.1.14. Thank you. And it's section 9.5 of that. Sorry, 9.4. If you could go to page 160, please. Now, at the bottom of page 160, we'll have to take these in order. We'll go to the photograph in a minute. We have, above paragraph 9.4.37, reference to viewpoint 170.2.001, which is looking southwest from Barleyfield, a residential property on Buckingham Road, north of Newton Purcell. So this is looking north, down at the top of the line from the previous drawing.
The same as P4604. It may flash up. I'm not expecting you to know. P4604 is in your bundle.
Yeah, it corresponds pretty closely to that.
Yes, that's where it is that.
Okay, thank you.
Because that's been lifted from the environmental statement. And I'll come to that in a second. I was just going to do the assessment first and then the photograph.
And this is roughly where you are?
It is exactly where I am.
Okay, thanks.
So not at all, not at all. So if we go back to the narrative and look at the assessment, what we have here at 9.4.37 is the assessment of the temporary effect of the construction of the line. We may as well go straight to the punchline, which is at 9.4.38 on the following page, where it says the high magnitude of change assessed alongside the high sensitivity of the receptor, I think receptor is person living there, will result in major adverse effects. So there's a construction issue there, there's a temporary major adverse effect. So we look at the permanent effects and go on in this document to page 183, please. And it's the bottom of page 183. So it's again the same viewpoint, 170.2.001. And we go to the next page, 184, to look at HS2's conclusions from 9.5.49 onwards. So say again, take a winter view and a summer view. We'll look at the photo montage in a second. But in summer, this is on when we've just finished the line. The magnitude of effects is considered to remain high, and as such will also result in a major adverse effect. By year 15 of operation, there will be noticeable change in the view as a result of maturing vegetation, and the assessment will reduce to medium, resulting in a moderate adverse effect. And that moderate adverse effect is from year 15 to year 16, as you can see from 9.5.52. So we have a major effect at construction, reducing to moderate as the planting takes hold and will become, reducing to medium as the planting takes hold, goes to moderate after 60 years. And finally, if we can go to page 202 of this document, please. Now, two homes right on top of it. So this is the summary, where HS2 are effectively saying, look, we've done what we think we can, you're going to like it or lump it, this is what's left over and we don't think we can do anything about it. So it's the first bullet point here. There will be residual effects on views from the northern residential edge of Newton Purcell due to the influence of the Buckingham Road overbridge, noise fence barriers, trains and overhead line equipment. Now, the reason why there's an adverse effect from noise fence barriers is because there's a noise fence barrier on the other side of the line. So you only have it one side of the line. So that we'll have to look at the back of it, and it will bounce the noise straight up north of the line. So it's not going to help at all. In fact, the opposite. But this, as we see above, is something they can't do anything about because no other mitigation measures are considered practicable. So this seems to be the line. We can't mitigate here because it's not practicable. And I have to say that all of this is to do with the visual eyesore of the line. Noise is a further and separate issue. So if then we can go to the photograph, and I think if you still have the reference to the photograph you went to before. We can see this is actually the later version. There is an earlier version of this photograph we can go to in a second. So this is the best it's ever going to look. We can see, we look down the road. This is now effectively a country lane. So this will take the traffic into the villages of Cherwell and Barton Hartshorn. First thing they're going to do is encounter this. We can see the bridge on the side where the arrow is helpfully pointing. And straight ahead we have this gap in any mitigation so we can see the railway in all its glory. Because it's not practical to do anything else. My first point is to challenge that practicability. So if we can go back to the original drawing we had, which was the CT06060B from the map book. Thank you. I don't know if it's possible to enlarge that section around those balancing ponds. I'm grateful, thank you. So there are a number of points to make on this gap at the top of this line here. Because as I said before, I mean, rare for this line, because there's always some kind of mitigation. There's usually some kind of cutting or some kind of embankment, or where you can't avoid the viaduct. At some measure can be found. But here there's nothing. There seems to be a deliberate gap in between the area of planting and the realigned A4421. Somebody clearly thought that planting was desirable at the north side of the line, but oddly left this gap here at the closest point to the two properties. So that leaves it open to the countryside. I'm sorry?
Is that looking over the balancing pond? I'm trying to...
Yes, so the balancing pond is in the gap. So half of the gap is taken up by the balancing pond. But there's no suggestion anywhere that the location of the balancing pond is critical. Because if we look at the right-hand side of the drawing, we can see a huge balancing pond that is some distance away from the line. So there's no principle, there's no design principle to suggest that the balancing pond has to be right on top of the line. No, I mean, I've been making this point for years, and nobody suggested to me, well, we can't mitigate there because there's a balancing pond. So the balancing pond is half the gap. There's nothing in the way of mitigation, because you've got the balancing pond itself, which I assume is movable because nobody said otherwise. You've got the disused road and verge, which is there to be used. That's a piece of infrastructure that's being entirely abandoned and taken up and done away with. And you've got this area of planting anyway, and as I said in my submission, I know the landowners, and I've said before they're amenable to earthworks mitigation there anyway. They own the other house that's over the road from my house. So there doesn't seem to be anything in the nature of the land that says you wouldn't mitigate this, or it's impractical to mitigate this. It's difficult to look at the cost-benefit of mitigation in circumstances where we haven't really engaged at that level. But at the same time, we're going to look at some noise figures that HS2 produced last week, and they talk about construction noise in relation to hauling spoil. Now, what they're going to be doing is that we get eye-watering numbers of HGVs are going to be hauling earth away from here all around the country. Because that's what the construction traffic is. That's what everybody's worried about. So the idea is going to cost a fortune to leave a big pile of it here, in between this, what will be hopefully a quietish country lane, and this wonderful piece of 21st century engineering. It's quite difficult for me to get a grip of at the moment. So we've got the space. There seems to be a need on the basis of their narrative description. No issue of cost has been raised, but we just seem to have this odd gap in mitigation at a really odd place on the line, albeit only two properties, but adjacent to two residential properties, and there are others some little further away. So that's the visual amenity and the practicality of mitigation north of the line. We then get on to noise, which is another consideration altogether. If we can go to paragraph 19 of my submission, go beyond all my moaning about engagement. In paragraph 19, we get to reference to the high-speed to information paper E20, control of airborne noise from altered roads in the operational railway, 30th July 2014. So this is what's this is the only reference in the response to the petition about noise. And the attitude of HS2 appears to be, well, there's a policy in place, we're following the policy, that's the end of the story. So as we have the hard copy of the submissions, if we can turn up paper E20, please, on screen. I'm very grateful. Yep. I just need to catch up now. And go to paragraph 4.2, please. So, 4.2, the following measures to control airborne noise from altered roads in the operational railway be considered by the nominated undertaker. And it gives the types of noise to be, the types of noise attenuation to be considered at paragraph 4.2. And at 4.3, we have the assessment criteria to ensure that these measures to control airborne noise are reasonable. The nominated undertaker will take account of, and it gives 5 bullet points. And I go through those 5 bullet points at paragraph 19 of my submission. And clearly there are a number of judgment calls to be made here. So social responsibility, including social equity. Now, what on earth these terms are supposed to mean, but I can have a go. Social responsibility may mean to the users of the road, to the occupants of those properties. Social equity, I pointed out there we seem to be dealing with two sides of the line very differently here. I mean, this is a single village that's been bisected. And stakeholder interests. But I haven't seen any evidence that there's ever been a report or assessment of how social responsibility has been assessed at this location. Now, the benefit of the measures, I think that I'm at odds with HS2 on the benefit of the measures because we're going to look at the noise map in a minute that says I should be opening the champagne because they're building this line. It's going to make my house so much quieter than it ever was before. So we'll return to the benefit of the measures. The cost of the measures I've addressed. At its most basic form, I just want a big pile of dirt. Please just don't move it 100 miles away, leave it more or less where you're digging it out. And we can see from the photographs the difference that would make because it would provide a contiguous mitigation. Engineering practicability. I'm not an engineer, but I look at the map and there just seems to be a gap there to be filled with mitigation either side of it. There doesn't seem to be any infrastructure or interest in the way. And finally, other environmental effects caused by mitigation measures. Again, I can't see how this bullet point can possibly count against me. Clearly, if we can put some earthwork mitigation in, it is going to improve the landscape. It's going to be more in keeping with the landscape and the visual amenity. But I haven't seen the assessment. I don't know. All I have is the bare assertion that we've done an assessment and it's come out wrong. So I'm not in a position to challenge it as yet. I'm hoping we'll get a little bit further forward on that today. Now, if we can then go back to that second bullet point in the noise assessment, again, it's in the map book for CF 814. Yes, of course.
If we could look just for a moment at P4609, you have the minus figures that apparently show that your noise is reduced. Is that?
Yes. Well, I was.
Just so we can keep a picture. You're, I think, at 277261, yeah, which has the -4, -6.
Yeah. 2 properties.
The one on the other side of the line, I've sort of identified as 277-206, which is two above, which apparently we're going to have some sort of reduction.
Yeah.
So when we come back to this, that's in effect the point we have to have in mind.
I was going to one document before coming to this document, so I was only one out.
You're more familiar with it than we are, but just so we can get an idea of what you're talking about.
I'm really not. I'm waiting for the explanation. But if first we can go to the map, which is SV05031 in the map book, which is this red, amber, green ratings. And this is at, for the purpose of the note, it's at paragraph 21 of my submission, my written submission, onwards. Here we have the effects of noise assessments. Don't know how they've been carried out, I haven't seen the detail or the methodology. I've seen policy, and that's it. But we can see, working down the line, from the far left-hand side, we've got Tibbetts Farm, which is orange, moderate adverse, and that's where the route is in a deep cutting, because we have the green line, engineering, cutting, etc. We have Warren Farm, which is orange, which is further away, which is behind a noise fence barrier. We have Widmore Farm, I think that's red. Again, it's behind some earthworks, but that's a major adverse effect on there. Moving further along to the right, we have the bottom Newton Purcell, all of these minor adverse effects in yellow. Even though they're behind a noise fence barrier and earthworks. On the far right-hand side, we have between Newton Purcell and Barton Hartshorn, above at the north side of the line, we have an orange, which is another farm. So that's moderate adverse. And then we have this cluster next to the line itself in Newton Purcell.
They're taking the road away, your road noise, I guess.
Well, yes. That's what we're told. We're told that we're taking the road 20-30 metres, I haven't got the ruler here, away, and in the face of an unmitigated HS2 line, 100 metres away, 150 metres away, you're actually going to be quieter. So it seems obvious, looking at the rest of this map, that those properties would be the deepest red, but for moving the road a few metres away. I'm sure that can't be controversial, but I'll be corrected. Now, so what they've done is they've netted the noise across. Netted the noise off. They've said, here's the noise of the road now. We're going to lower the noise of the road, and we're going to add the noise of the trains, and we're going to mix all of that up together, and it comes up with something less than you had before. Now, I make the points, it's paragraph again for the note, paragraph 25 of my submissions. Even if that's right, and I can't test the methodology because I haven't seen it, I don't think that's a fair or logical approach to noise. Noise profiles of the railway and the noise profile of the road are bound to be very different. Now, I appreciate you can have a methodology. It's not imposed on you. They're not the bosses, you are. You can produce a methodology where you go by noise energy over 24 hours. But that's not to say you can add and subtract noises from each other. It's a bit like, it sort of goes away from how the human ear works. It's this issue that comes up every now and again with television, where you're watching a film, the adverts come on, and they're twice as loud as the thing you've been watching. And the TV company comes out and says, it's not actually louder, it just sounds louder. I mean, and it's not a number crunching game. I think we know. We'll find out if we can get any numbers in a minute. But the idea that moving the road 20 metres away goes from the darkest red to bright green is something I'm really struggling with. But it's something I can't assess. I can't challenge it. How I've got there, I don't know. The throwaway line I have in my submission is, you may as well say the railway is going to scare all the birds away. there's a certain amount of noise energy generated in bird song, we'll just deduct that from your noise as well. And that's another thing to go in the equation. It's nonsense. Second point is, I simply don't believe it's credible anyway that the area is going to feel quieter, just moving the road a bit across, given the obvious effect of the railway on any other property on any unmitigated part of the line. And in any event, none of this affects the visual mitigation issues we were looking at earlier, where they said, it almost said in the narrative, we'd love to mitigate this, but it's just not practical. Well, I just don't see how it's not practical to mitigate that. This just seems a really odd anomaly that you would just leave this gap at this point.
Okay, this is your principal point. Are you going to raise the other points as well, or the compensation on the other points, or because we've done quite a lot of those in the past?
Well, I think most of the detailed design has been dealt with. Can I just go to one more document on this? Yeah. And as I said at the outset, this is the guts of why I'm here today, because the other points tend to be detailed design. But one more document on this is, and I know that Mr. Mould is going to be introducing this in a minute, but it's P4609. And the key receptor is, receptor is probably the wrong word, but it's assessment location ID 277261. So it's yes. If we go up to the baselines, can we get the title in baseline sound levels? Yep. So it's the penultimate line here, 277261. So we have existing baseline sound levels. I assume this is what they say is there at the moment. For construction sound assessment, who knows what that refers to?
Construction phase rather than the operational phase. It's a slightly different assessment approach for both.
Okay.
So the one you're interested in is on the left-hand side, the operational sound assessment.
We'll get some evidence on that in a minute. So then we've got noise levels during construction. The only point I'd note on there is, look at it, it's haul route movements. They're taking all the lovely soil I want for mitigation away from here and shipping it around the country. And then the final graph, table, not graph, noise level during operation, penultimate line is the 277261, is where we get the netted figures, -4 decibels and -6 decibels, which gives the green allocations for houses. Now, I assume that the baseline is effectively the road noise. Now, they're moving the road away, and so the baseline is being somehow reduced by moving the road 20 metres away. How they're reducing it, the road's being elevated, so elevated roads can have, as you've heard on petitioners quite a lot, elevated road can have a different effect on properties being moved 20 metres away. How's the impedance on noise calculated? If they're just taking a measurement 20 metres away, if so, where? Is it a fair position to measure it from, etc. I have no idea how they've taken the road 0 metres away and the road 30 metres away calculation and done that. And the second is impact of the railway. Well, I'm sure there's a model for that. And the third point is the netting off. Now, before you just... on any view, these are not going to be straight line noises. This is not a continual noise of X for the road where it is, Y for the road 20 metres away, and Z for the railway. So you just take one for the other. There are noise profiles here. And the noise profiles for these three noises are going to be very, very different. And I think we need to have a look at those before you can make any assessment that it's fair just to take one away from the other. But that's as much as I can say about that. At the moment, on the face of what we've been provided with, this is all I've seen. Apparently we're going to hear some more detail about what's behind it in a minute. I think that the case is simply not made out. But there shouldn't be mitigation here, even if you're just limiting it to noise and not visual. Okay. If I can rattle through the other 4 points on my submission. The second point is the lack of any mitigation for the rerouted A4421. So it might be easy just to have the map back up, even though I'm only going to be a minute. So it's the original map. I'm grateful. So we can see that the road is being moved. I can tell you that the road in its existing form, is quite twisty and turny. It does slow the traffic down even more than the speed limit signs do. It's now going to have a much quicker profile, which is of concern. It's now going to face the village, which is of concern. However, mitigating that alignment of road itself, I can see from correspondence is something HS2 accepts needs to be looked at, and I'm perfectly prepared to accept that's a detailed design point we can deal with Cherwell District Council level with me sitting on their shoulder. The only other point on the road is that we have asked for some time for it to be considered that this rerouting around the crossing go all the way around the village. So effectively it bypasses the village. This gives us obvious benefits and assists during the construction phase. In the response to the petition, HS2's position appears to be, well look, we would give you a bypass around the village, but the issue is that's just going to make things worse for people at the other end of the village. Now, I'm not convinced about that. It really depends on where you put the road around. And therefore, the next step on the road alignment, in my submission, should be looking at whether an actual route is possible around the village without being to the detriment to the houses at the south end that are not on this map. Very similar point, the mitigation at the south side, at the bottom of this map, you can see there's a recognised need for mitigation. We've got the noise fence barrier, we've got earthworks. We do have a gap in foliage where the original road crosses the railway, and we have that balancing pond, and as a matter of detailed design you should consider filling that in with planting, but again, a matter of detail. Also very similarly, one more point on that is one way of killing a number of birds with one stone would be, if you see in the middle of this map, there's a big earthwork supporting a footpath across the railway. If you did something similar around Newton Purcell, you could retain pedestrian access across from one side of the village to the other and create the mitigation on both sides of the line. Because at the moment, any pedestrian access from one end of the village to the other goes the long way around the new bridge. Construction, there's going to be detailed issues about use of roads, working hours, noise, etc. But again, regard those as areas of detailed design. The issue I have on compensation, well, stop me if you've heard this one, is that up to 120 metres from the centre of the line, there is a voluntary purchase scheme, under which you can apply for the government to purchase your property. Now, beyond that, there are some fixed payments out to 300 metres. And in my submission, that's not compensation. If it's not related to loss, it's not compensation. You have this bizarre approach where somebody's plucked some figures out of the air and said, this is what will pay people more than 120 metres from the line. We know the Land Compensation Act is not fit for purpose for this particular project, which is why we put all these schemes in place. But the idea that you can just make some figures up and have an arbitrary payment of something that's not compensatory at all, in my submission, is unhelpful. And it's quite cynical to say, look, everybody in the countryside is better off. We're going to give them these payments in circumstances where it's going to have no bearing at all. Again, declaring an interest, my house is there, 150 metres away from the line, in an area that's completely unmitigated, no compensation.
You can apply for the need to sell scheme.
Sorry?
You can apply for the need
Oh,
to
yes,
sell.
yeah. And I just wanted to go to one more document, and that is one we went to earlier on the atypical properties, because I might want to say I'm in an atypical property. And that was, I think it was slide 8289, or 828, page 9. Might be P828, page 9. So this came up with the Lower Thorpe petition.
This afternoon.
Because one of the approaches was, say, look, here we have the government saying that if you've got an atypical property, come and talk to us and we'll see what we can do. One approach might be let everybody go away and do that before we think we have to do anything dramatic with the legislation. The line at the bottom says property compensation consultation, section 9.1.1. And I remember this being on the consultation. I remember my response saying, this seems to be a good idea, we need some flexibility. It's not, as far as I can recall, in the scheme. But if it's in the scheme, then that's fantastic. But my concern was I hadn't noticed it, and this was in the consultation. So as long as it's in the scheme, it can be tested.
Okay.
So for now, that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Clarke. You've done very well in exactly 40 minutes. That surprised me. Mr. Bob.
I'm going to ask Mr. Miller to come in again, if I may. Can we get the ES page from the CT06 series that you had? Yeah. We'll take matters in Mr. Clarke's order, Mr. Miller, so we'll deal with visual first and then turn to noise. So, first question is...
Can I just... We're going to have a 5-minute break, I think.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Of course.
I'd like to keep the workers happy. Order. Thank you, everybody, for that and for getting back quickly. Mr. Mould.
The first topic is prospects for further work to ameliorate the visual effect of the railway line on Mr. Clarke and his neighbour, I think. Just help us with that. What can you say in response to that, that proposal?
I think in the detailed design, the first thing I think it's worth saying is that the final details for approval will go to the local planning authority, and if the proposals are reasonably capable of modification, then and there's an environmental benefit that would arise from that, then we should look at it. Sort of unpacking that, I think that, as you say, there is a gap there, and I can't argue with that. There is a gap there. We're at the sort of blunt end of the road, which we're stopping up and re-providing the road next door. So I think there might be some scope here to have a think about the location of the balancing pond and the turning head, and what might actually exist around that balancing pond and alongside the railway. So I think that in the detailed design we can have a look at that, and I think we can understand the objectives that you're trying to seek. And I think further, we might, under the guise of the Schedule 16 kind of response that we've given elsewhere, it may well be that landscaping and planting alongside the road embankment may well also be considered part of the proposals. But obviously those will have to go back and be adopted by the highway authority. So they may or may not want that, but they may see some merit in doing that. So I think on the visual point, I think there's some scope here. We've, as you were talking, we were looking at the limits of land to be acquired or used and the limits of deviation in there, and we think the railway could accommodate that. Yeah, you can see where the construction limits are on there. So there's a bit of room to manoeuvre, I think. And as you pointed out, there's material elsewhere along there. That may well be that we can incorporate some of that material at the top of the cutting. So I think that in the detailed design, we can look at your objectives and we can have a think about those and see whether we can help out.
So that might include a combination of mounding and planting, for example.
It could include a bit of mitigation earthworks around a balancing pond. I think we're doing that elsewhere along the line of the route. On the other plan, you can see where there's the drainage ditch, which is alongside the road, and that obviously goes to the balancing pond. So, but I think we can play tunes on that, and I think we can get that turning head configured in a slightly different way. But I think all of that can be dealt with in the detailed design.
And could we give an assurance to the Parish Council that we will, as part of the detailed design, the parish meeting, I do apologise, could we give an assurance that we will, as part of the detailed design, review the arrangements for the railway at this particular location and consider opportunities for further mitigation in conjunction with the detailed to refining the location of the balancing pond as shown on that plan?
Yeah, as part of that detailed submission that we'll have to give to the local planning authority, we'll take that into account. And I think that there's not a great deal of cost associated with this, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to sort of reconfigure within what we've already got, perhaps with a little bit more planting. It can't be beyond our means.
Right. And so if we then turn to P4604...
Just before we do that, but
keep
that map. Yeah. If the balancing pond had to go slightly further to the east, into land you aren't acquiring, that doesn't look like the biggest additional provision you might have to go for if that were convenient.
No, but I think what we'd first do is explore where the sort of tarmac is of the road. You could see that first of all, and you would try to flip it over and see whether we could just move it a little bit further to the east.
And have an almost continuous embankment.
Yeah, on the road, and then you could have the planting, whatever, which is I think the visual screen that you're after, and you might even be able to move some of the earth around a little bit in that area. It just seems to us that there is scope and room to manoeuvre within the bill limits, and without actually having to find additional land.
There is one point I wanted to pick up on here, just so that we don't lose sight of the full picture. If we go back to that plan, the previous plan. The railway is in Cutting as it passes through this location, isn't it?
Yes.
It varies. It does one thing, it does another.
From north to south, north is in fairly deep Cutting,
yeah.
And then you've got sort of earth on the southern side. You've got this sort of earthwork bund. Then you've got, as you say, the barrier alongside, where the Cutting starts to sort of tail away as it goes further to the south, and then you're into this sort of big area of false cutting, where you're on a grade essentially. All of that to the west of the route is what that's trying to respond to is the potential effects arising in Newton Purcell, and that has a beneficial effect on those properties immediately adjacent, and where the pub is or was, or certainly the pub building is. And what we're saying is that you don't need to have the same response to the north. I suspect what's happening to the north with the noise.
Sorry.
Sorry. That wasn't me, was it? I've got a magic pen.
Yeah.
Is there any chance we get back to the other one?
I do apologise.
Focused.
For once we're out of sync.
Right, okay. I'll keep going. I think what's happening here for the rail noise is that because we've got this embankment of the road either side, I suspect that's actually having an effect which is modifying the noise from the railway in this location. In terms of the noise overall, and perhaps we'll come back to the figures in a minute, what I think is happening here is you've got a fairly heavily trafficked road already on the existing road. Sorry, that's the Great Road through here, which you're quite close to. And although we're moving it away and elevating it, that is happening. That predominantly high noise level which you're getting from the road is being moved away from you, as others have commented. So you're benefiting from the road noise rather than a further mitigating effect of the rail. And what's happening when we look at the noise figures is that your ambient noise figures, which is at the top of the chart in the exhibit, you'll see that we've got quite high noise levels, not typical of the countryside generally
that's
around.
P4609.
Yeah, unlike the noise levels that we saw earlier on, elsewhere just a little bit further along the route, and they're quite high because of the dominant road noise. And whilst you are in that green category of receiving a reduced noise level, your noise levels are generally quite high, even with that sort of resultant road realignment. And it's arguable whether there's really that much of a change in your particular circumstances. But obviously the modelling is throwing up something which says that you're receiving a marginal benefit. I don't know if you want to put the noise figures up.
I was going to, before you do that, I just wanted to show P4602, which is the slide that flashed up momentarily as I went ahead of you. And we have here essentially the same image, but with some cross sections. Yeah. And if you just see cross section 3, which is the cross section just to the south of the the realigned road and to the south of the balancing ponds. And then if you turn to P4603, we'll pick up that cross-section. And you can see that cross-section 3, west is obviously to the left, and then we have the noise barrier on the western side of the railway, and then the railway inner cutting, and then we see the planting just to the south of the section that Mr. Clarke has mentioned. Is that cutting likely to have some impact in limiting noise from the railway as opposed to noise from the road?
Yes, it will, yeah. Yeah, all the cuttings will have a beneficial effect for the wheel. I think we've already said that the predominant noise is the wheel-rail interface, so anything which is low down will benefit the noise characteristics from the railway through there.
I think what Mr. Thornley-Taylor has said, if I'll be forgiven for this, is that noise from the railway trains tends to comprise of two main components. One is the noise from the interaction of the wheels with the rails, and the second is the aerodynamic noise that results primarily from the operation of from the pantographs.
That's right. Yeah.
And so cuttings tend to ameliorate the former. They're less successful unless they're very deep indeed at ameliorating the latter.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. If we then just, at the risk of delaying matters over much, if we just go via the photo montage, which is P4604, it may be helpful just to orientate in this lower image what you were discussing on plan. We see the existing. Let's look at the top actually. The top of the page, we see the existing road, and then at the in the lower image, we can see the parapet, the cream-coloured parapet, southern parapet wall of the new overbridge, can't we?
Yes, that's
and
right.
And then the eastern approach, will be behind the vegetation that is being pointed out now.
Yeah, it's behind that vegetation, and it's sort of cutting back round to rejoin the road which is in the foreground here, which is a little further up.
We can see I think we can see the upper body of a train passing along the railway line.
Yes, that's
in
right.
the gap, and the noise barrier beyond.
Yeah,
and then, although not visible, in there is in there just to the just below that mounding there is the balancing pond.
That's right. Yeah.
And so what you were saying about opportunities for detailed design, refining, reorganising the arrangements here, and mounding and planting, that's broadly the area within which that would be taking place.
Yeah, and I think that where you can see it up here, where the road's sort of disappearing down, what we'll end up with, or what's on the plans at the moment, is I suppose a tarmac surface which sort of ends at the railway. What I'm saying is that in our further detailed consideration, having heard from the petitioner concerns there, I think visually that we can have a look at that. And it may well be that we can have a look at the material that's being moved around anyway for earthfield bunds elsewhere, and see whether that could be accommodated as well. So there's clearly a gap there. I don't think anyone's arguing that. And that coupled up with a revised balancing pond which might go here rather than over here, I think that there's some room to manoeuvre here to change the outlook, I suppose, in that which we have in the environmental statement, and we think we can do that in the build limits.
Thank you. Well, then let's go finally to the noise tables, P4609. And we can zoom in on the top table. We know that the relevant assessment point is 277261, and we have a series of numbers under the heading existing baseline sound level for operational sound assessment, and there are 4 columns. The first two, daytime and nighttime, are expressed in an LEQ index, and we can see. Just remind us, what do they tell us? What is the that's the ambient noise, isn't it? What's that telling us?
And what this is trying to do is describe the energy in the environment which is causing noise throughout that daytime period, and the two hourly periods are identified for the daytime and nighttime categories. And what people say is that's an average noise level. It isn't an average noise level, but for shorthand, I suppose that's okay. But broadly, what that is saying is that you've got fairly high noise levels. They're quite typical of much more of a sort of suburban road rather than a noise level in open countryside. I think the noise levels we looked at earlier today are more in the sort of 40s, mid-40s kind of range. So this is describing what's happening on the road essentially. And then there are a couple of high measurements.
They're to do with what people, is it right? They're to do with what people have called peak noise.
Yeah, I understand that LMAX to be peak noise. I'm not the noise expert, but those can be assumed to be peak noises. And there are individual events that might have cropped up and will crop up from time to time on such a road.
Right. And so, I suppose, though one can't tell directly from the figures, a peak noise nighttime event of 84 is at least a possibility that might be the passage of a vehicle.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I live in the countryside, and sometimes what you get, you can get very high noise levels around harvest time, for example, where farm vehicles are out quite late at night, or even 24 hours a day. You know, if you've got a very low ambient noise level, you would really pick up on that. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but it might be a vehicle of that sort of nature going past. There might be several, I don't know.
And then if we go down to the lower table on the page, that's right. Again, I think the committee's been shown this already, but we can see for that assessment location, there are a number of sets of columns.
Yeah.
The proposed scheme only, that's the railway line and the proposed scheme in isolation.
Yeah.
We can see that, again, these are predicted ambient noise levels day and night, and then peak noise, or the LA max, in the right hand of those three columns.
Yeah, and even with the railway, they're correlating quite well. They're quite high noise levels generally, and although there's a sort of partial reduction, we think that goes to the road being moved a little further away from the properties. But it's right to point out that this area still remains with a sort of high ambience of noise, and that's why I was indicating a little earlier that there's probably not a great deal in it, to be honest, but the model is showing that it goes down by 4 and 6 respectively.
And just finally, picking up on the point made about comparing different noise sources and the different characteristics that people might associate with traffic noise or railway noise and so forth. Do you recall Mr. Thornley-Taylor in his presentation to the committee back in July explained how the noise levels that have been adopted for the purposes of setting design objectives for the railway, including those that are set out in the information paper E20 that the petitioner referred to in the course of his presentation, they were based upon social surveys which which have surveyed people's reaction to different types of noise, and which are used as part of the overall process of establishing what an appropriate appropriate series of objectives for the design of the railway should be when one's dealing with a transport network of this kind.
Yeah, I believe that to be correct.
It's on the record, so it's a convenient way of just reminding everybody that that was what Mr. Thornley-Taylor was talking about.
I think that sort of thing has been accounted for in the scope and methodology that's been developed for the environmental assessment, and we consulted on that back in 2012, and we subsequently amended. I can't remember whether we amended it for noise, particularly in these circumstances, but it was subject to some amendments after that. So we went from spring to autumn through that consultation and amended that, collecting and considering local authorities, and in particular environmental health officers' views about the assessment methodology. What we were aiming to do with that was to try and gain some consensus on our approach, so that when we saw the results, that we weren't sort of madly in disagreement with the results as they started to appear through the assessment process.
Okay. Finally, I have here the operational assessment, sound, noise and vibration for CFA 14, which is one of the many documents in Volume 5 of the environmental statement.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mulder. Do you have any questions, Mr. Clarke?
Just a couple, very quickly. Mr. Miller, so good news. In principle, then you agree we can design in some earthworks and some planting here to try and close this gap? Yes.
Yeah, well, we've heard what your objectives are. It's a sort of conversation I'm having with others following their appearance in these proceedings. So it's good to know that, and we will try and accommodate those.
When you said a couple of times, had reference to the model throwing up effects, and the model showing out figures. What's the model?
Yeah, the noise information goes into a noise model with taking into account the sort of physical characteristics of the railway and the operational characteristics of the railway, and other things that are going on with the changes that arise through the scheme, like road diversions and that sort of thing. And I don't pretend to know all the detail about that, but what comes out of that are the results. So you get the sort of rail noise contours that you see in the Lowells and Souls type diagrams, and then you also then see the effects on properties, and you've seen the green notation on your property.
But we're not in a position to say that model is going to produce a fair result in every single location.
Well, we have. I don't think I'm the right person to give the evidence on that. To be honest with you, I think that we have given that evidence, and Mr. Thornley Taylor has done that in the past and in the round, and I think it's. I think we've made a reasonable assessment based on knowledge from other railway infrastructure projects. If it's one thing that we've looked at very, very carefully on the project is noise. Noise and visual issues are probably the top two environmental issues, then closely followed by ecological issues. And we know that noise is of particular concern in any circumstances through infrastructure projects, and particularly rail. And from my experience, that's true from High Speed 1, West Coast Main Line, Thames Link and others. So there's a great deal of knowledge which has gone into this, and I think I can only leave it there.
Okay. Very last point is that if following on from the Mixbury and Finmere presentations, if the railway was in a deeper cutting, that would have a beneficial effect on the noise of wheel to rail in the environment, wouldn't it?
It follows if you put something further into the ground, then there will be beneficial effects. You have to be careful about saying that it would sort of overcome significant environmental effects, because of the way that the noise gets propagated. Sometimes you might overcome a noise effect very close to the route and induce, and by putting something deeper down or putting a barrier up, you might induce an effect which goes broader and further away from the railway. So in all cases you would have to go back to some form of professional assessment just to make sure that you've got that right. So it's not simply a case of just putting it straight down into the ground and you overcome everything.
Okay. All right. Final brief comments, Mr. Clarke.
Final brief comments. I don't think, in terms of the specific location, the points have been answered. We have a model that throws up effects. We're doing our best by it. Standing back on the evidence you've heard, I would say there is room for noise mitigation here. It's something that ought to be seriously considered. Although I will grab with both hands the assurance that we'll try our hardest to move Smurf around in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Clarke, and for representing your parish. We now move to Bernie Douglas.
Thank you.
Can we see where Mr. Douglas lives, please? Oh, there he is. Beat me.
I am indeed. I'm going to try and be as brief as I possibly can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Okay, if we can just come up with my presentation on the second slide, please, the introduction. Okay, just a little bit of background. I live where you can see marked on the map, little dot X. It's about 650, 700 metres from the proposed line. Moved to Mixbury in 2009. As you've heard before, it's a very quiet village, rural setting, and I hope to spend a considerable amount of time there. And just concerned that HS2 obviously had a considerable impact, both operationally and during construction. Concerned about impact on quality of life, landscape, and all of that good stuff. Let me kick off and say very pleased with some of the things which have turned out between Cherwell in terms of design of bridges, that type of thing. That's very, very positive. And what I'm trying to do here today is not beat people about the head, but just come up with some suggestions to actually improve things. If we can go on to the next slide, please. Fortunately for my sins, I do a lot of work in the insurance industry, general and life. I'm not an underwriter, but one of the things which interested me was during construction, local crime rising due to acting as a honeypot, as if it were, for various criminal elements. So the construction compound attracting criminal elements, theft, vandalism, burglary, illegal dumping, etc. Not just within the compound, but in the general area around it. So I had a bit of a deeper look at it, and there was a big construction project, the RV incinerator, which is the other side of the M40. It's about 7 miles southwest and in a similar rural area to Mixbury. And you can see here I'm the blue dot, and RV is the little red flag. So what I did was I actually started to go through the Thames Valley Police statistics. Had a look over a period from December 2010 to December 2014, just to see what impact there had been in terms of crime, particularly property crime. I split out things like violent crime. It's purely around vandalism, burglary, robbery, that type of thing. And as you can see, when you have a look at the data, there has been a big increase from when the construction started in October 2011, all the way through to finishing in August 2014, July, August 2014. 3 months is a drop, and then again the M40 construction starts, and we see another big increase in property crime. And for the 9 crimes in December, there was actually quite a large increase in burglaries around the M40 services. So I think generally when I had a look at this, I thought there's a bit of a problem here. Can we actually sort of see what the scope of it is and what we could do to actually improve it? So if we can go to the next slide.
Can I ask you, Mr. Douglas, before you move on? I mean, is that, in terms of the overall trend, widely different from the rest of the police force area?
Yes, this is within 1 mile of Ardley.
Okay.
And I would just want to say Mixbury is an extremely low crime area. We're lucky if we get 1 crime a month. And we had a major crime area last year, crime wave, where we had about 6 houses broken into in a couple of nights. It's small, it is tiny. So if we can go along to the next slide, please. We actually raised this at the community forum in 2012. We thought it would be a good idea if HS2 could contact the insurance industry, the Association of British Insurers, to try and understand what the impacts might be. Just for a bit of explanation, when you actually write a policy, 90% of them, 80% of them are done automatically using what's known as a risk engine, and they will type in various characteristics, your postcode, and the crime levels are built into that. So if there's an increase in crime, there's a very high chance there'll be an increase in insurance premiums. This may seem small, but if you're talking about a £300 a year insurance policy, if it goes up by 10%, that's £30 over 12 years, multiplied by the high village, number of houses in the village, you're talking about a significant cost to the actual village. I received the PRD from HS2, and it's very much on how it's going to protect its property rather than the potential crime impacts on the local area. So one of the things you might find is that the local criminal fraternity will have a look and see that all the storage areas are nicely secure. They will wander around our little village, which has got access to fields around the back, start to nick stuff from the local garages, etc. Potential crime impacts on the local area were pretty much ignored. Secondly, the effectiveness of the measures outlined in Paper 10 on worksite security actually sound good. So I went on to the Chartered Institute of Building and found out that about 23 to 26% of respondents, and the survey was about 10,000, found those figures, those measures weren't particularly acceptable. They didn't actually work as well as they thought. One of the other interesting things which came out, I won't run through all of them, but 32% of respondents say illegal waste dumping occurs regularly, i.e. weekly or monthly, around construction sites. 48% would not report it. 63% say theft occurs regularly, weekly or monthly. 12% would not report it. 62% say vandalism occurs regularly around their site. 33% would not report it. So I think what we're looking at here is there is a significant problem. It extends beyond the boundaries of HS2's construction compound. There's a high potential for increased crime, which is obviously going to impact on insurance premiums and insurance costs, but I'm sure I don't need to tell the committee the effect that crime has on ordinary people. It can be quite devastating to find your car's been vandalised, your garage has been broken into, etc. So there's the financial impact of crime, not just insurance costs, but also on businesses, because my business insurance could well rise. And lastly, there's a further potential negative impact on house price blight, as potential purchasers will note crime levels have gone up in an area they're looking at. It's factored into a lot of websites, etc. So I think we actually have quite a bit of a problem here, potential problem. So what we're actually asking for, or what I'm asking for literally, is something quite simple. I would just like HS2 to be as good a neighbour as they possibly can, to actually work with us, and don't just say that, you know, we're going to put all the fences and barriers around the place. Become part of the solution to any problem which might come up. So, for example, things which we might be able to do is get a commitment from HS2 to start to work with the local police in terms of can they collect telephone numbers or mobile phone numbers and send an SMS out when something goes on. We're just talking about a commitment to talk about practical things like that. One of the things we can't do, and which HS2 can do, is consult with the insurance industry to understand the risks, the impact on insurance costs and the local community. They are the experts. The insurance industry, I'm quite sure, will be more than happy to talk to them and possibly work a way forward. If there is no risk and we find that the risk criteria haven't changed, then wonderful, we're really happy. But we're not in a position to speak to the insurance industry. HS2 is. Work proactively with local people to keep crime to a minimum. And lastly, if there is shown to be an increase, look to do something about it. I've put actually indemnify residents and businesses from increased costs arising from the increase in local crime rates. Because this is not over a 1 or 2 year period. This is over 10 to 12 years from time the construction starts till the railway opens. So that's what we're looking to do. Not asking for anything, I think, across the board, nothing which is going to cost huge amounts of money. We're just asking the HS2 take the issue seriously, realise it doesn't just stop at their gates, and work with local people and work with the insurance company. It's been done before with the Somerset floods. I'm quite sure it can be done here now. So that's it on that. If we can move to the next slide, please. This is very much on freight, and I know this is a route-wide issue, but it's something I've actually raised. I find the HS2 statements on it quite vague in terms of assurances on possible freight use, frequencies or noise standards and the promoter's response document. It says the HS2 have considered freight and have only currently ruled it out. Justification for no freight on HS2 seems to be based on capacity projections, train paths being met. Well, I think the experience from HS1 indicates that capacity projections may be somewhat optimistic. And I have a concern, as I'm sure a load of other people, that future operators, once H2 has been sold off, will actively look to freight use for revenue.
We've had a very long session on train paths and the effect that freight has on that.
Well, if I'm boring, I'm happy to shoot through.
I would leave it.
Okay, cool, fine. Great. Well, I just want to say an undertaking of the bill would be wonderful, or a bit more reassurance. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Which is about noise. I don't want to talk about noise anymore, except to say that it's directly in line with Hollow Barn, and that the HS2 provides mitigation in line with Cherwell District Council, Mixbury parishes and other parishes. But I was quite taken with what was said about, recently by Peter Miller, that they'd looked at other rail infrastructure when developing the noise standards. When I was looking to respond to the EES on January last year, I actually asked HS2 to give me what information they held on noise standards in Japan, and the answer came back they did not have that information. So I find that a little bit strange. The FOI number is 13973, and I'm happy to provide that later. I just found that quite interesting. They've looked at all the particular noise standards, but they didn't know what they were in Japan. Okay, moving on to the next slide. This is road and construction traffic again. I think this is pretty much has been done. I must say the photograph on the left-hand side I picked purely off the internet, and I didn't realise that the name on the truck was the name of our local MP until I'd actually posted it to one of my colleagues to check. So that's actually this. But I think this is an example where I think progress has been made, so very, very pleased with that. On to the last slide, which again is landscaping and planting. Again, this is more a slide. Again, a lot of this has actually already been addressed. That's really great. But I would just say to HS2, I think there's a real opportunity here for HS2 to work with local people to get the planting right and use local expertise, because we will know more what grows faster in these particular areas. So very, very pleased on that. Last slide is just purely a summary, if we can bring that up. I think it's going to have a detrimental impact on myself, both financially and in terms of quality of life, unless we get further mitigation. I'm concerned that if I just simply choose to move away from the village to avoid HS2, I'm going to suffer a financial impact. Don't want to go into that, but it has to be said. Lastly, many of the impacts can and should be reduced or eliminated. And again, you've heard this so many times, no meaningful consultation or discussion yet has been undertaken. So, for example, in terms of insurance, I found out that HS2 had made no contact with the insurance industry whatsoever, even though this issue was raised with them over 2 years ago. And that's it from me.
Okay, thank you very much for being brief, Mr. Douglas. Ms. Lean.
So I'll try and be equally brief in response. Just to pick up a couple of points, if I may. One, I know there was concern that was raised about construction in this area and compounds being here for a period of 10 to 12 years. As set out in the EES, we're looking at the compounds being here for a period of about 5.5 years, so I hope that provides some degree of reassurance about timings. As regards the security and crime matters, we could just briefly pull up the draft Code of Construction Practice. I'm conscious this deals with worksite security, which deals really with compounds as opposed to the local community generally. But I just wanted to pick out a couple of quick points that may provide some reassurance. In 5.5.2, the code identifies some measures that may be used by contractors to prevent unauthorised access to the site. And we see at the penultimate bullet point on the screen, consultation with neighbours on site security matters, and the next bullet point down, consultation with local crime prevention officers on security proposals for each site, with regular liaison to review security effectiveness and response to incidents. So there is an expectation there that there will be engagement with the community and community officers about the effectiveness of security measures for the compound. And clearly it goes without saying that it's in the interest, the contractor's interest and the project's interest, not only to make sure that we have secure compounds, but they're not seen to be an easy target. As regards to insurance, the project isn't aware of this having been an issue. Obviously, it's important to make sure matters like this don't become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and by suggesting there will be a problem, when obviously the project's intention is to make sure that the work sites can coexist as happily as possible within the local communities with a minimum amount of problems. Picking up on the issue of noise, I think that was dealt with very briefly. There are noise maps in the pack which show that there's very limited impact on the village of Mixbury, and a negative that includes the petition of individual property and the issue about the noise barriers. Obviously, the committee's already heard from earlier today from Mr Miller and Mr Weld, and I won't repeat those matters. Just a final point quickly on landscaping and planting. I note in particular from the petitioner's documents there was an issue about maintenance of landscaped areas and time to establish that. Just may be of interest for the committee and to the petitioner that the project is recently published in IPE 26, which I think we can bring up, which sets out the approach to indicative periods for the management and monitoring of habitats created for HS2 Phase 1. That's picking up on a recommendation from the EAC about making sure there were monitoring and management whilst habitat was established. And if we go through a few pages, there's a table that's been produced, I think it's a two-page table that's been produced, which sets out some indicative monitoring management places, time scales for looking at things like woodland planting, hedgerows, grasslands, and for those being kept into review by the project. Unless there's anything in particular that this is to respond to.
Has the project thought of neighbourhood watch? I mean, I think the petitioner does raise a good point. There's probably quite a lot of neighbourhood watches up and down the line. And clearly local village people, when you have only 100 people or 150 people in a particular village, they notice when somebody's around that isn't usually around. And once they get used to who the construction vans are, or what colour they are, and roughly who they are, then clearly there might be some, I think, interest in having some kind of coordination here.
I think, as the committee will be aware, it's set out in the same section in the draft code. There's obviously the expectation on the nominated undertaker to work on an engagement strategy and to liaise with the local community to make them aware of work sites that's going on. There's a complaints helpline, so that will seem to be that could be factored in as part and parcel, I'm sure, of the general community engagement strategy that the contractors and the nominated undertaker will be required to put in place.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. I think some of that is good. However, I do find on the crime, it sounds a little bit like motherhood and apple pie to me. I'd like to see at some stage a serious conversation taking place between HS2 and the people impacted. You've raised an excellent point about local people seeing things, which I alluded to obliquely in terms of text messages. I can tell you if we get a strange van come through Mixbury, or we think somebody's stealing something, everyone knows about it within half an hour, and that's positive. So that can work both ways, but I'm not talking about HS2 site security. I'm talking about the impact of the site on the local area in terms of raising the crime rate and the costs there might actually be on local people. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for HS2 to do an awful lot. The self-fulfilling prophecy I don't see really works. As I'm saying, if you were to take this up with the ABI, just to look at the options, I'm quite sure that can be done confidentially without anybody knowing. But I would just like to see some reassurance that we can work together rather than just what's in the paper. I think that's all we're asking for. We can both help each other out on that.
I think you'd have more to worry about if it was a motorway. And
tell me about it.
I used to live near the M4, and most of the people who were arrested or came up in court came from either London or Bristol, because I lived in Wiltshire. So they went out for the day and went round the villages.
Yeah, well, we're sort of very aware of that as well. Yeah. Honey's to a pot, and bees to a honey pot. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Douglas. And last but not least, we have Mr. Alec Howard.
Next time I'll sit on the comfy chair. I want to remember that. All right.
Okay, we've got where you live. Right. Okay.
You found us on the map.
If it assists, there's probably the local map is of P462, which...
We'll come back to the minutes. That's it. Yeah, very good. Okay. Could we... we're almost there. Won't be too long. Could we just go to my second slide, please? Sorry, big images. It takes time to load. Marketing background. I just want to give you a little bit of colour about what it is to live in Mixbury. I know that some of you kindly visited us a few months ago. Ray mentioned that earlier that obviously our outside space is very important to us, but we don't have many amenities, and so our outside space is our amenity. And one of the amenities we don't have in the village is a playground for our children. He used the playground earlier, but the kids play football in the streets, but as they get a bit older, They begin to learn their independence by roaming the bridleways and footpaths and playing in the hedges and the woods, and begin to grow up that way. And we obviously encourage them to do that, and we consider it safe to do that. And as you just said, we look after each other and we look out for them. So for example, my son goes to school in Westbury. He rides a couple of times a week, either down Featherbed Lane to Westbury, or down the bridleways across that new bridge to Westbury. My daughter, you can see here, riding down one of the bridleways, often rides with her friends at the weekend around the bridleways. And that's great, and they're learning to grow up. But my younger children won't, because in 2 years' time, there's no way I will let them go marauding around the footpaths or bridleways on their own, or ride to school, or go riding on their own. That's all going to stop. And so, they're going to miss out on what their elder siblings have, enjoyed so much, and one of the reasons why we enjoy living in Mixbury. Fortunately, the tree on the left-hand side is going to stay there, one of the ones that's going to stay. But if you look down to the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a little chap singing his heart out, little English partridge. Now, the English partridge is, I think, mentioned in the ES. It's actually on the red list for the RSPB because of its massive decline in breeding population over the last 50 years due to habitat decline. We're very fortunate that we have a breeding population either side of Featherbed Lane of about 15 breeding pairs. And actually one of the joys for me, living where I do, as you saw in the map, and we'll see my house in the map earlier, a bit later on as well, is the fact that I can stand in my garden, I can listen to these very rare birds, which you don't very often see because they're ground birds and they're very sensitive birds, so you don't see them very much. And if Mr. Bellingham was still here, I know they've made quite a good recovery in Norfolk. That's because he doesn't see them. And they're not very disturbed, you see. So I love listening to them, and I often go outside in the evening and just listen to them talking to each other, and because they just live in dispersed groups, that's how they communicate across that area. As you already heard today, in the ES quote, in the ES, Mixbury was described as a relatively quiet, natural sound predominates. Well, that natural sound is often the sound of those birds as well as other things. But I think some of the evidence I was sent recently by HS2 in response to this, that my background noise is going to increase from 46 decibels to about 54 decibels. Well, I gather birds sing at about 44, 45 decibels. So, once the line comes, that's the end of me listening to my lovely English partridges. Now, I know it's only a sort of quite a small thing, and I've talked about owls a bit today, so we're bringing some other ornithology, but it just shows that with the children and how we use our environment, these things all layer up, and it's the impact that this has had on our lives. And if you can go on to the next slide, please. We understand that our rural idyll is going to be destroyed. And I know it was a very particularly lovely morning when you came to Mixbury that morning. We walked down the old railway line, and sort of looking at it like this, the Chiltern line is extending from Bicester down to Oxford at the moment. So I went down there to have a look and see what that was like, because obviously I live very close to one of the construction sites. The good news is some locals I spoke to said that the local contractors were very, very good, and the engagement was very good, so I was really positive about that. The bad news, it was so flipping muddy that I couldn't get out of my car, because even though the sweeper was there, it was that dreadful grey mud. And so we've got years of this, and that's an important bit, that we can't get away from that. But one thing I would like to say is thank you for your engagement, and the fact from HS2 that we're now going to keep Featherbed Lane open, because my wife works in Westbury, and so she goes that way every day. My kids go to school there. And so that's quite an important route for us, so that's quite a big impact. So I appreciate the work done there. And we go on to the next slide. The thing that keeps me awake at night, and as my daughter said yesterday, Daddy, why are you grumpy these days? And I think it is because I am kept awake at night by the fact that I do worry about this. We invest a lot of money in our houses, and last year we remortgaged, and the surveyor told me that he was going to downgrade us by 15 to 20% on the valuation of our property, which, bearing in mind we were borrowing against the value of the property so we could invest and build an extension so that all of our children could get a bedroom, because we're here to stay in Mixbury. We love living in Mixbury, and we're here to stay. So, yes, we accept the value of the house has decreased considerably, and we're hoping that one day it comes back again. But if we go on to the next slide, please, you can see more closely where we are and why we're impacted. And we've seen this today. So my house is obviously circled in the red there. we've got a moderate adverse impact, which I think, like my friend Patrick, he was trying to work out some of the definitions. I think that probably means that I have sleepless nights 2 nights a week rather than 5 nights a week, if that was a significant impact. But my neighbours, who are somewhat older than me, who live just near that receptor 276781, just across the road from me, they've had their house on the market for about 2 years. They haven't had any offers, haven't been able to sell it. Their property is, their grounds are too big for them to maintain, and at times when they'd like to downsize and go and live near their grandchildren, they haven't been able to. And so I don't know what their long-term plans are. We're fortunate that we're 20 years younger, but it doesn't seem right to me, and I suppose I'm here representing them to some degree as well, that they should be left in that situation. We're fortunate, as I said, that we're going to stay, we're going to sit it out, and I've heard a lot of times that once the line's all finished and it's all gone back in from HS1, that the value of properties come back, and we're kind of banking on that. We're spending quite a lot of money at the moment investing in this extension, and we're very much looking forward to that. The challenge, I suppose, there is the fact that, you know, we are going to, if it was the status quo, I could sort of believe that. The challenge is we're going to have a moderate adverse, 5 to 10, nearly 10 decibel increase in background noise, and therefore it does concern me that are we ever going to get our investment back? I'm not sure. Next slide, please. We'll whiz through these quite quickly. Sorry, it's not particularly bright, this one. It's taken off one of the maps. But you can see here that the red line shows that the line, we're very lucky in Mixbury, as Ray mentioned earlier, that most of it goes through a cutting, especially compared with some of the people earlier on today. However, there is obviously that weak point in it there where it goes through Mixbury embankment. And if you could go on to the next slide. You've seen this picture a few times today. I agree with Mr. Miller that we have been a bit light on the mitigation, but year one, this is what it could look like when the saplings are planted and they're not very big. That's exactly what it could look like. It may take 10 years, by which time I'll be 70, which is a bit frightening since this was announced on my 40th birthday, good 40th birthday present. That's what it's going to be like. But if we could just zoom on to the next slide, which is the kind of the key point here. It's clearly, as we've heard today, the source of noise. I'm not looking for compensation, I'm looking for mitigation. And as far as I'm concerned, we haven't really had any conversations with HS2 for 4 years about mitigation here. I would like to hear from Mr. Miller later on, if I could, about what he said about Westbury, and if we could come back to look, when we discuss that, about the impact on Westbury, because as far as I was concerned, the impact of the draft ES on Mixbury, the fact that a couple of houses were actually covered by the noise, whereas in Westbury it barely touches them. And as you can see up there in the top left-hand corner, I don't know if you can go up towards Westbury, a lot of those buildings that it was touching are industrial units, agricultural buildings, whereas clearly you can see, we are directly impacted, not just in some of our houses, but in the footpaths, as we discussed. So I'd like to hear from HS2 on why Westbury got a sound barrier when the impact on Westbury was scientifically based on the ES no greater than the impact on my house and my neighbour's house. If we could move on to the next slide, please. This one's quite telling. I was thought about wearing my Batman outfit, because clearly if I was dressed as a bat I might get some more serious, but then I thought with history in this building that might not be quite such a good thing to do. But clearly you can see here that there's been a lot of focus on the ecology. Noise measurement has obviously happened, but the engagement to discuss that and over the years has been negligible, if I could say so. We have a pond in our garden. We have quite a big garden. We're very fortunate at that. We've had a number of people in the garden at night counting newts and bats, looking for barn owls. And just on that note, I am presuming from the discussions today that the owl box that's in my garden, the barn owl box in my garden, will be compulsorily purchased. And the fact that it's less than 1.5 kilometres from the line, and it was designed by the same architect as Mr. Peter Viggers, the MP, so it's quite an expensive owl box, somewhere in the region of £100,000. So, we've had lots of visits from HS2, but I've never had one on noise, and the fact that my house is marked as having a moderate impact, but no one's called me to explain why that is or what's being done about it. In fact, no engagement really at all until you kindly came to visit us in back end of last year. Next slide, please. I know we touched on this quite a lot this morning around horses, and I'm afraid that my experience of horses, unlike our colleague David, who was sitting here, pretty much comes to moving hay bales and picking up poo. So I'm probably not terribly qualified, but having brought up one daughter and another one who's just learning to ride, I do have real concerns that Mossy Corner Lane, as we call it, we call lots of things today, we do have direct line of sight of the line before the mitigation comes, and I appreciate what Mr Miller has said about we're going to do some work on trying to make that better. So,
is that what we walked down when we visited?
So
we walked down the lane when we visited?
We walked down the lane and we looked, and I tied a bag up in a tree where a white bag up in the tree where the track was going to go, and the bridleway goes down on the left-hand side.
Because I think at that point there was some concern about not the noise of the railway, but actually the sight of it coming.
The sight of it, absolutely.
Whether or not some mitigation could go up to hide the bridleway.
Indeed, and if we can go on to the next slide, you'll see actually the view. If we'd walked down the bridleway, it's pretty muddy down there, so you wouldn't have enjoyed that morning. That is the view from the bridleway, so we were, if you like, looking from the right-hand side, and where that star is there is pretty much the height of where the train's going to come across that corner. So obviously we have concerns about that, and if you go on to the next slide, please. So that the site is one thing, and Mr Miller says, that can potentially be addressed. He also said there was no benefit from us by having a sound barrier on Mixbury Embankment there, but clearly if there was a sound barrier there, that pink noise wouldn't be there. If when we look in a minute maybe at the impact of the noise barrier on Westbury on the diagram. In fact, I might ask you to pull that up actually. Could you possibly pull up? It was in Ray Brunton's side. It was 84221. Sorry, from this morning. Mixbury Parish, sorry. 84221. So this just brings out the point. You see the two things here. If you could go up to Westbury, obviously you can see where it says SV14. I don't know, with the pointer, CO3. You can see where the pale green barely touches the village. You can see those big industrial buildings. It barely touches the village. Whereas, as you can see, this was in the draft ES down in Mixbury, where I live. I was impacted. It reduced in the real ES. Not sure how. And my neighbour was obviously impacted, and my neighbour the other way was sort of almost impacted there as well. But actually, I know I've made that point already. The second point I'd like to make is if you go to Westbury Viaduct itself, on the green bit, and look at the pink noise there and the massive amount of pink noise there, which is... and then if you could go on to the next slide, which is 84222, you'll see that with a 1.4 metre noise barrier, that pink noise completely disappears. So my argument being that if you had noise barriers on that bit through Mixbury Embankment, that if you rode down that bridleway, and if you could go back to my last slide, sorry, that noise would disappear completely, and therefore there is a value in putting a noise barrier there because it would make it so much safer to ride down the bridleway. The other point I would make out, just while we're talking ecology and things, and just stay on that one if we can, is because I know these woods quite well, there's actually a pair of tawny owls that live very near the bridleway there, but there's also a badger set at the other end of that balancing pond, so I'm just presuming that they will be safely moved.
Are the tawny owls more intelligent than barn owls?
They're not actually, because the night I got engaged, one landed on the road and stood in front of me. They're not. A lot get hit on the road. They sit in front of traffic lights, and so they get hideously killed. So I expect they're pretty toast. But then the badgers there is a badger set at the other end of that balancing pond, which will be interrupted by the work there. But I presume there's a way of alerting people when the digging starts that these things are happening. But it would just be good if that could go for the record that there is a live badger set down there. Very, very true. We do have lots of badges around us. We're very lucky. If we come on to the next slide, and I'm not going to dwell on this. Sorry, and the next one again. In the response to my petition, there was, the idea that horses become accustomed to repeated noise. David touched on that earlier, so I'm not going to repeat it. But clearly, we're talking about young children on ponies that leap when a pheasant flies up, let alone a passing train at 70 decibels. So the two slides to go. If we go to the next slide, please. From a personal point of view, and my neighbour, as well as what Mr. Brunton's talked about today, for us, we believe that a sound barrier of some description, covering 250, 300 metres, along Mixbury embankment. One thing I would like to ask is, we did ask for that to be modelled at some point in one of our engagements with HS2, and we were told that wasn't possible, too busy drafting other documents. So it would be interesting to see what that would look like. Secondly, I'd be very interested to know how much it would cost. We've talked about 125 million for covered tunnels and sinking the railway by 4 metres, but we've had some quotes, and with our buying power, we were getting quotes of about £30,000 for 100 metres. So I'm talking about 100 grand, which is interestingly, about what's been knocked off the value of my house since this project started. So for 100 grand, you could build a fence there. A barrier, a noise barrier of 3 or 5 metres, which would obviously have other benefits. So if we could just move on to the next slide, which is my summary. So as I said, I noticed this just out of the window actually when the sun shone. So as I said, we're paying a heavy price in Mixbury. I think you've heard quite a bit about that today, be it through the children or our environment. We're suffering from stress as a result of this, and particularly from a lack of engagement, and it's been compounded by this lack of engagement, which we found pretty frustrating. We've heard little, even since you came, we've heard little from anyone to come and talk to us. And all we're asking for is put the science aside as to whether it's going to make a massive difference or not, but we're just asking for some mitigation that we believe will help our cause and make our life better going forward. And 250 metres just happens to be the length of the red line on that building there that we happen to be sitting in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. Ms. Lee.
Thanks. So if I can just ask Mr. Miller to come back briefly to the centre just to pick up on a couple of the noise points.
Okay. You're earning your money today, Mr. Miller. Sorry? You're earning your money today.
And I'm not the noise person either.
Mr. Miller, firstly, if we could just pull up P4631. I think a query was raised as to why this property was a moderate adverse effect. We see just down at the bottom of the table the change highlighted, day 7 in an orange and a night 4. Is it that's what's given rise to the grading of this property as having a moderate adverse effect?
That's right, yeah.
Picking up on the Westbury Mixbury point, I know you addressed this briefly with Mr. Mould earlier, but perhaps we could go back to that. It's at A84221. And that's where we have the position in the draft ES, and then A84222, the position now. I think you explained earlier in response to questions from Mr. Mould that when adding in the noise barrier on the Westbury side had pulled back the noise contours from the edge of Westbury. And obviously, Mr. Howard has raised the question about the fact that didn't seem to be previously touching any particular properties, whereas on the Mixbury side of the line, 3 of the properties were shown as having a moderate adverse effect and no change was made there. Was any consideration given to putting a noise barrier on the Mixbury side of the line, or has that been looked at?
On this side of the barrier, of the viaduct?
Yeah. Well, on the Mixbury side of the line in a way that may benefit the properties that are still affected.
So we've certainly looked recently at where the embankment is and where the sort of red sort of bulges out on the contour there, the noise effect. And we've considered a 3 metre high noise barrier along for, I think, a similar length to the 200 metres that you've looked at. And that comes to a cost of something like 400.
Very tuneful, Peter.
It's about 440 odd thousand pounds for such a fence. We may differ in terms of our price estimates because the way that we look at these fences, we have to think about fences along the line of a railway which actually have to stand up to the sort of test of railways operating between 330 and 360 kilometres an hour. So there are other things that need to be taken into account. So we're not ignoring trying to understand the merits of bringing in the noise contour by adding in such mitigation. But what we've looked at, and it's more of a sort of a local calculation rather than a modelled effect, is that at your property and the other two properties that sort of in the affected categories, the moderate category as you've described, or as we describe, we might get 1 or 2 dB out of such a provision, and we at the moment can't see that that intervention, that barrier, would take you out of the low adverse effect level, or alter the situation that you find yourself in with the noise levels. There will be a noise change here. You will still be moderately affected in the terms of the noise assessment, but it's a matter of degree. So it's not as though we haven't looked at it. We have looked at it. We did look at Westbury.
Would a shorter barrier make any difference, or?
Not to any great extent, I don't think, because sort of, I think Mr. Thornley-Taylor has described, as you sort of get further away from the railway, you get more of a sort of a landscape kind of noise effect, rather than if you're right close to the railway. The barrier sort of operates in a quite a different way. So at the present time, we can't see the justification for the expenditure for such a minor gain, and I'm sorry about that. It just doesn't seem to work in our mind. You just don't really get that much of a difference.
Have we given any consideration? Has the project given any consideration to the effect on the bridleway of adding in some additional noise mitigation on the Mixbury side of the line?
The bridleway certainly goes into the sole area of the noise assessment. So as you're getting quite close to the line, you do see these sort of red marks, which are quite high noise levels. And I think that's, as I described earlier on, I think that we would perhaps need to revisit that a little bit in light of what we think we might need to do with the ancient woodland provision, now that ancient woodland has been accepted by Natural England. So I think in there, and the way that I was describing the overbridge for the equine overbridge here, which has the 1.8 metre noise barriers we were talking about, I think we can revisit that in that location. So the bridleway, I still think it would be attractive. You might need to have a hard barrier alongside the railway in that location, but we're willing to have a look at that.
Mr. Miller, you mentioned about revisiting. Is there somewhere where we'd be willing to look again as part of the wider work we're doing here at what we might be able to put in to make improve the situation, particularly in respect to the bridleway?
Yeah, I think that's the approach which is really set out in the information paper of E20. What we're saying here is that we will continue to investigate these sorts of matters, and it may well be that through the detailed design, and we just don't know it yet, that others who come in and work on this project may have different ideas about how this might operate. And I've given evidence in the past around the environmental minimum requirements, and the sort of second principle of that is to further address adverse environmental effects. So we're not going to leave this alone, we'll keep coming back to it. I can't promise that we'll have a solution. Ultimately, we may, if we don't resolve it, the all noise issue, it may well go to a compensation measure in respect of your property. That's not the ideal situation because it goes to the Part 1 compensation claim, which is 1 year after the start of the operation of the railway. So those are the mechanisms. Ideally, we wouldn't want to rely on a compensation measure, but hopefully I've given you a degree of comfort that we're not just going to leave you alone on the point.
That's
okay.
That's all I had to say.
Any questions of Mr. Miller, Mr. Howard?
No, thank you. All I would say is please don't leave us for sort of 6 months without any conversation. If you are thinking what might work, please include us in those conversations, because we know this ground like the back of our hand. It's 400 yards from my house, and therefore we know what works and what might not work. So please don't leave us in a vacuum. Talk to us, because I think that's been part of our frustration that we've had to come here today to get that dialogue going. But thank you very much for your time.
Can I, before you close this part, Chairman, say that it would be interesting to hear that Rotors will go on talking with the British Horse Society and the local horse interests about some of the points about being able to obscure the view of the train for horses and some of the other points which have come up. And I think that this does sound like an area where that kind of consideration could make a difference.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being brief, Mr. Howard. And
Thank you.
I think that's the end of a long day. Order. If you could please withdraw from the room and let us gather our thoughts, please. Thank you.
Committee Room 5, sound. 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 Committee Room